Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hello, are you enjoying the easy listening here on K154 FM? Wait, what? Hi. Hello. The easy listening all the time. How are you guys doing? Carlo, 94-month resub. Damn, dude. Demand. What's going on? How you doing? Do you enjoy the easy listening here on... Wait, no. What was the K1... What was the 154 radio station? It's 105.4 FM. 0.4? That's the thing. I've also got renamed and expanded. Oh yeah, okay, cool.
Discovery, go at throttle
Kit
up.
Bash Model Club. Cool. Neato. Nephilim, hey, what's going on? Wish I could be sub for that long. It's alright.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It's alright, man. Lul's 48-month resub. Huh, doesn't seem like that long. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. So, I had an idea. Okay, I had an idea. We have those real big motors in the game, right? Like the Mammoth 2 and you know, the big F1B motor, the big F1B style motor in KSP. And I was thinking, you know, with those bigger motors, building a larger launch vehicle might not be the worst. That might not be the worst thing, you know? Like, we could get away with that. And then I thought, you know, what was the largest launch vehicle that we made? Well, the largest launch vehicle that we made was Triton. 10-meter core in KSP. And it needed super overclocked engines to get it to work right. See where I'm going with this? You see where I'm going with this? I think today might be a good day to try and see if we could build a big honkin' launch vehicle. A biggin'. Let's build a biggin'. You know, we have that Mammoth 2. You know, I haven't really found a good use for that yet, but it has like 3,500 kilonewtons of thrust. You know, it's Neptune time? Something like that. I think it might be fun to try and do that today. Oh, also, got a little bit of a truck update for you. Truck update for you. If you look at the right frame rail, see that up there? Oh, dude, sanded down. Actually, flap disked down because it had pitting on it and painted. Look at that. See that? Also, we got the new leaves, new shackles, new bolts. Welder and paint, because a welder I ain't. Yep. Yeah, I spent a lot of time last night coating these in WD-40. That was fun. Yep. The leaves were not rusted. Yep. So that's what's going on out in the shop. I worked on that today. You like space, but you also like Legos. Oh. Nice. Rebrickable. Starship. Cool. That's neat. It's in scale, too, with the Saturn V. That's cool. Whoa, what do we have here? Look at the right frame rail, dude. I had that... So I started hitting it with 120 grit sandpaper, and it wasn't enough to get some of the pitting out, so I hit it with a flap disc instead. And, dude, we made that thing mint. The camera doesn't do it justice. So, yeah. Got new leaves, new shackles, all new bushings, new bolts. Just got to clean up the rear end there. And, well, I got to paint the rest of the frame. So tomorrow I'm going to do the left side frame rail. And then we'll get the inside of the frame rails too. Can't really get the grinder on the inside of the frame rail, so I'm gonna clean them up and do some hand sanding where it's pitted really bad. And the frame's mostly good. It's mostly good. So yeah, should have this all reassembled by the weekend. So, yeah, that's what's going on there. It looks good, Spoon. Yeah. Those pictures don't... That camera doesn't do it justice, man. Yeah, I have a picture here that I took on my phone when the paint was still wet. But the paint's starting to dry. And I I really cleaned it up with acetone, like right after I flap disced the thing, so it was still hot. So the metal, the paint adhered really, really nice. It was really good, despite it being a little on the colder side. It's 60 in the garage, so it's good enough. Cab looks pretty clean, just needs a wash. Yep, yeah. It's a little dusty. But yeah, we'll, once I get the rest of that stuff painted, sanded down and painted, I got to do the 3 cross members right there. See, 1, 2, and 3. I got to get those done. Once I get those done, I got to get the other side done, the other frame rail. And then yeah, she's gonna look very ace. Then we'll hang the leaves in there. I gotta still clean up the rear end. The rear end is garage view. The rear end is over there. That needs to be cleaned up. I'll clean up and paint that, scuff it up, paint it real quick. I gotta degrease the pumpkin. The pumpkin's all greasy from the pinion leak. So yeah, I've been working on it off stream, guys. Honestly, I would love to stream some of this stuff, but I can get a lot more done. I can get a lot more done without having to worry about keeping the stream going. So, yeah, I got that sanded and painted this morning. So, I'll give you guys periodic updates, but I need to get it done for the wedding. You know? No rust and painted. That's right, sorry. Yep. Road trip to the garage. Yep. Last, quick fleet update for if you didn't see it. Google, I have a question about geostationary and geosynchronous. What's easier to achieve? They both take the same amount of delta V, Nephilim, for the most part. One takes a little bit more than the other because one of those can have... I always get geosync and geostationary confused. One of them is on the equator and the other one isn't. You can have a slightly inclined geosynchronous orbit. Yeah, you could have it be slightly inclined if you want. Garage timed lapse when? Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Got to figure out how to do that. My GoPro is shot, or else I would, dude. Anyway, fleet update from Thomas. The purpose of the Go Crusader vessel became known yesterday. Will be taking place of Go Quest's duties as drone ship support vessel. Personally, I wouldn't be surprised if they made her dual use by putting an A-frame on the back for fairing recovery. Yep. Cool. Yeah, everything's good, dudes. Everything is fine. Everything's good. How'd you guys like cities yesterday? Cities was a nice break? Yeah. I wanted to play something a little bit different. It was fun. Can't wait for more Minecraft. Hint. Not for a little while, Creeper. I need a break. Yeah, I need a break, dude. I want to switch it up. And, yeah, I have a lot on my plate once again. There's another project that recently came to fruition that I really can't. I can't. I have to, like, stick to, like, 2 games. And maybe some GTA on the weekends, dude. This is a big one, and when it comes to fruition, I'll let you know. Yeah, I can't, dude. I really can't. That's why I haven't been racing either. Like, I stopped doing Friday Night Racing. I got so much. There's a project going on in the background that requires my attention. I can't tell you what it is. But it requires my extra attention. That and the truck too. Like, I gotta get all this stuff done. Gotta get all of it done. And that requires me managing my time better. And part of that is just, sticking to games that will keep the stream going and keep it going in the right direction. And I'm not saying that racing or Minecraft or anything isn't put in the right direction. Alright? Like, it's just a lot of stuff for me to handle, dude. Hopefully it's something fun. Oh, dude, if you guys even knew. Some big stuff went down the other day. Big. Some big stuff went down. I can't say. Can't say what it is. Can't say who it is. Can't say how it is. Can't say none of that stuff. Yeah, hopefully, I mean, hopefully something good comes from it, you know? Hopefully. Yeah, and I don't mean to be like, well, I know something and you don't. I hate people that do that. Like, I guarantee you guys, you will know when you see it. You'll be like, what? How did you do? Oh, that's what he was up to. Yeah. It's just like the whole Amsterdam thing, you know. I just popped up in Amsterdam one day, and people are like, how did the green jacket with the... You're racing in the Freedom 500. Ugh, I freaking wish, dude. My Little Pony sponsorship? No. You sure stuck out. I had to make myself be known. Full racing rig with VR? No. Blink twice if it's KSP3. I always win staring contests. Okay, that's enough. EJ the VTuber. Oh, this is better than VTubing, Forlorn. EJ's designing rockets for SpaceX. I wish someone would do that, but no, I don't think so. Don't look at me like that.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Gee, 20-month resub. All right. Okay, so yeah, that's what's going on with the truck. The truck is coming along. But yeah, I can't. I just have to. I really didn't want to. I just have to cut some stuff out, and I feel bad. But it's just the way it is. Whatever it is, I'm happy for you. You must be stoked. I'm more like, okay, you know, like this is kind of a big deal. Can't wait to see it running. Yep, Spoon. I got to do the exhaust. Once we get all that cleaned up back there, all back together, exhaust is next. Oak kit for the bed, and then it's just kind of shimming the doors, doing a couple other things. You know, so should be good. You're going to be part of a highly skilled team whose leader likes cigars. You starting your own space company? No. No. No, nothing like that. I gotta sneeze. Turbos. You're finally buying the J2X. Nope. Afternoon, what's poppin'? Nothing. Oh, dude, I forgot we made this. Hold on. Let's take this for a spin real quick to start our day. You still haven't blinked? I don't believe you. Alright, so... yeah, Moist, that would be nice, wouldn't it? I know, you bought an F4. I really, really would like one. I don't... you could take all the weapon systems off. I don't want that. I just want to go fast. Yeah, we made this on Friday. Look at this thing. Not bad, right? It's not bad, though. It's not bad. And it's got sidewinders. They're unguided missiles, but hey, it doesn't matter. Whatever it is, I hope it works out. Yeah, me too, man. This seems way too stable. Well, I built it right. Seems slow. That fast enough for you? EJ1. Fox 2. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. That's not good. Where's that going? He got stuck. Wow. That's... Alright. That's just going over there. Alright, that's good. Target remains. I repeat, negative. Negative. It didn't go in. It just impacted on the surface. Alright, let's try this again. And yeah. There we go. That's not where you should be going. Yeah, well, Kerbals are never good at making weapons anyway. What do I know about making missiles? I don't make those. The missile ordered from Wish. Yeah! Direct hit! Alright, let's bring her down. Played too much Battlefield to not be able to get that right. Battlefield 1942, that is. My favorite part is the Kerbal's actually moving around inside there. Yeah, Ghost, that's the thing. I'm not good at making rockets explode. I'm good at getting them into space, man. That's a good point. Yeah, exactly. Does it have burners? Yeah, of course it does. It's an F4. Of course it has burners. Alright, let's bring her down. Beard, right pattern, landing 27 right. UJSA 1, or Echo Juliet Sierra Alpha 154. Papa, cleared 27 right, copy. I don't like the contrails, guys. They're very, very annoying. Nice. Hey, Wirelord, what's up? What was that game EJ played a few years ago that was kind of like Breath Edge? Stationeers, man. That's made by my buddy Dean. Yeah, that's Rocketworks. Same people that made Icarus. It's a great game. I really wish I had more time for it. Nice, especially with a KB. Yeah. Dude, I have to modulate the control surfaces, dude. I'm modulating deflection on the control surfaces, and so what I'm doing is, the other thing that I'm working on is, like, when I go to land this thing, I'm rolling the plane to modulate my vertical speed. Because if you roll and yaw and crab the plane, so to speak, you're changing your overall lift to drag, and you can control your descent that way. I mean, that's how a plane crabs down to the surface. Like, don't get me wrong, we don't have wind here, but, yeah. It kind of helps when you kind of fly in a little crooked, because you can, it's easier to kind of modulate your vertical speed that way. With like, it's hard to do with the keyboard and mouse, but I trim out, what I've been doing is trimming out the rear control surface, because the F4 has a lot of deflection. It has a lot of deflection over the rear stabilizers, and that's entirely on purpose because it flies like trash. I mean, that's the honest truth. Like, I love F4s, but yeah, that's why it has so much deflection, and that's why they're anhedral elevators, because the plane flies like crap. It's true. Yeah. Can you not put flaps on your back wing? Well, you can, Sun Temple, but trim tabs on airplanes are a control surface on a control surface, but the F4 wouldn't have something like that. Just notice the nozzles are facing down a bit. Yeah, that face when the real one does that and you've never noticed. Uh-oh. Now what? The real one does that. Would love to see you build and fly a Harrier. It'd be tough to do, dude. Have you ever tried to create leading edge slats? It does. We did it in Kerbal 1 Hellfish by having a forward control surface that deploys down. It doesn't really work the way you want it to. Yeah. The F4's engines are tilted down. You guys didn't know that? It's true. The whole plane is kind of curved like that. It's because McDonnell Douglas had to make a lot of changes to make the thing fly right. Because it's not very maneuverable, but what it lacks in maneuverability, it makes up for in straight freaking power. I love F4s, man. They're not, it's a terrible fighter plane, but man, does it go fast. What a beast. And it's really cool looking. Phantoms have the aesthetic plane award. It looks ridiculous. I love it. Yeah, F4s are gigantic. Yep. Yeah, F4s are big. They're a big plane. Yeah. Yeah, see? That's what it was supposed to look like, and then McDonnell Douglas tested it and realized that it's a piece of junk. I'm sorry, that still makes me laugh. If you love them, you should marry one. I don't think a hunk of aluminum and rubber can have kids, Marcel. So yeah, I don't want to marry an F4. I don't love the plane that way. Okay. I don't know what you do, but that ain't for me. Adoption is a thing. Now I will adopt an F4 if somebody wants to. If somebody wants to do that, I'll adopt an F4. Absolutely. Adoption. Yep. Yeah. The fuel plane. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, okay, that's fair. Yeah, F4s are gigantic. If I've seen the one at the Museum of Flight, there's one at Willow Run in Michigan. And it is a monster of a freaking plane. Yeah, you don't think it's as big as it is, dude. The thing is bigger than like a, I don't know. What would be a plane that's kind of more garden variety that's about the size of an F4? Maybe like a Beechcraft twin? Something like that? King Air 350? Like a super nice plane. It's bigger than that. Yeah, bigger than a Beech. The King Air 350 is a very pretty plane. Yeah, the F4 is bigger than that. Yeah, actually might even be about the same size. But yeah, it's bigger than that thing. It's a gigantic freaking plane. Tomcats are big too. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, F-14s are big. F-15s are freaking huge. F-4s are big. F-18s and F-16s, believe it or not, are really tiny. They're really tiny. Interestingly enough, the F-117, yeah, probably does. I mean, you would know that better than most, man, right? Like, it's a tiny. The F-18s are really, really small. They're a really tiny plane comparatively. It's a little tiny boy. Yeah. Yeah, an F4 and an F14 and an F15 probably about that size. Same with the F22. F22 is big. F35 is tiny. It's a lot smaller than you think it is. Like, in my mind, all these planes are the same size, right? Like, all the fighter jets are the same. Nah. Also, Beechcrafts are really nice. That's a really nice plane. The F-22 is almost the size of a B-17. Yeah, right? It's freaking huge, dude. Anyway, so, enough with the planes for now. I absolutely want to make more airplanes. Absolutely want to make more airplanes. This was too fun. And this thing flies like the Phantom, which is actually very interesting. It flies like the Phantom because I know it, because the Phantom can't turn very well. This thing does not turn very well. It's not very agile, despite having all that deflection over the rear wing. It still turns like butthole. Turns terribly. In 1930, the U.S. had a flying aircraft carrier. Yeah, the Akron. Yeah. It's still around. The Akron's still around at the bottom of San Francisco Bay, but it's still around. So we'd be sending it to Nate? Oh, I forgot to do that, Blue Flare. Yeah, we got to send it to Nate. Yeah, the Akron's still around, guys. You didn't know that? So the U.S. in the 30s, just like every other country, experimented with dirigibles. And they had two big dirigibles. The Akron and I forget what the other one was. Or no, the Akron crashed off the coast of New Jersey. What's the other one? The other one crashed in San Francisco Bay. Its sister ship. The Macon, yeah, the Macon crashed. Yeah, there you go. There it is. Yeah, that thing. Yeah, see? Look at that thing. I'd like to see a YB-49 modeled in KSP. Ooh, good choice, Carbon. I made one in KSP-1, dude. Yeah. Flying wing. Really cool. Jack Northrop, man. Actually, fun fact, Carbon. You know where the YB-49 was engineered? Check this out. The Macon. Yeah. Yeah, they were flying aircraft carriers, guys. They were dirigibles that had planes inside of them. My OBS took a dump. Hold on. All right, here, check this out. So the YB-49 here. Yeah. So fun fact, like, you could have the bottom of this open like a hot air balloon. So blimps actually ended up having a gigantic freaking payload base. You could put planes in there, and that's exactly what they did. There was like a something kind of analogous with a carrier arrestor, an air arrestor that you just kind of fly into, and it catches the plane, and then it pulls you up and in. It's actually really cool.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Yeah. That's a big piece of equipment. But yeah, check it out. There it is. Look at that thing. You gotta be kidding me. Yeah, little. See, look, it's a little arrestor. It's a freaking trapeze bar. Hey, Jensen, 53-month resub, right? How about a Horton 229? Nah, disregard 229. Acquire YB-49. Now that's the plane they should have gone with. They went with the B-36 over that. So that plane right there, the YB-49, flying wing bomber, 8 engines,
Go and throttle up.
and it was engineered by Jack Northrop. You know where that thing was engineered? So Northrop, once upon a time, was big in Southern California. Actually, a lot of the aerospace industry originated from this area here because it's great for testing. Great for testing. Northrop originated here. Lockheed originated here. Martin, Lockheed Martin, Northrop, Grumman, all from over here. North American. A lot of the aerospace companies came from down here, and once upon a time, right here, this factory, this old factory right here was Northrop production facilities. I know because that road right there is called Jack Northrop Avenue. Another aerospace company you might know uses those factories now. I'll give you a hint. Totally has nothing to do with the big X that's on top of the facility. Yeah, Hughes as well. Hughes was out of Long Beach. Yep, that's right. Yeah, SpaceX. SpaceX bought all of Northrop's old facilities, dude. The YB-49 was engineered right here. But that's why that runway is there. Because it doesn't really make a lot of sense having a runway that close to LAX, but it's there. Yep. Yep, and Tesla's design studios right there too. Yeah, Hughes was out of here. Everyone was out of here. A lot of aerospace is down here, or was down here. The cool part about that is that it's kind of getting revitalized. The aerospace industry kind of took a dump, but like take the C-17 production facilities right here. Relativity bought that for Terran R. This used to be McDonnell Douglas, all up here. MD-11s used to be made here, but A lot of companies have since taken over, believe it or not. There's that. Spin Launch owns all these facilities. Rocket Lab builds their electrons back here. Virgin Orbit exists back here. Yeah, there's a bunch of aerospace, bunch of new space back here, which is really cool. And this is where they made MD-11s. This was McDonnell Douglas airplanes here. Can you go back to Hawthorne? It's a good skill. Oh. Yeah, you can go see Falcon 9 1019. It's sitting outside of their facilities. You can walk right up to it. There's a little bit of a boundary right there, but you can walk up to it. Yeah, I mean, hey, a Corvette. Neat. I mean, like I said, when I say Falcon 9 is big, I mean it. It's a 15-story building. It's gigantic. I mean, these pictures don't do it justice at all. I mean, it is a chonker. The thing is freaking huge, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. Dude, I saw that thing land. I saw it land. Really cool. I was there. I was down there in 2015 when that freaking thing landed. That's weird to me that it's landed right, like it's just sitting there. That's very strange. That thing has been to space and back. That's really freaking cool. Dude, this whole area is freaking heaven. And it's really cool. I stood right next to it, dude. Yeah, oh yeah. This area is like amazing because there's so much good aerospace around here, but there's also like that Southern California is hot rod central, so like modifying old cars, like there's a huge aftermarket industry in Southern California once again because old cars don't rust out there. Must be nice, right? Like, yeah, the car culture is just absolutely awesome, and there's aerospace stuff like everywhere. It's great, man. It's really cool. Oh, anyway, shall we? Also, I just kind of want to look at a YB-49 again. Why don't they rust? Fritz, California's the desert, man. It's a desert. Doesn't rain very often. It is a very dry climate out there. Super dry. We're talking like, think not as dry as like Cairo, but almost as dry as Cairo, like that. It's very hot and no humidity. Nothing rusts out there, dude. Nothing. It doesn't rust. Aluminum doesn't corrode. Nothing. Like, dude, you can leave a plane outside for years. It'll be just fine. Dude, they don't even... There are car shops out on the West Coast, like automotive shops, like where you work on cars, and it's just outside. It's just like a covered roof with 4 posts and then a lift inside of it, and then all the tools are there. You don't even bother putting it inside. There's no point. Well, except if you like air conditioning, but yeah, dude. Never rusts. Nothing. Nothing rusts. Fritz, it's strange, dude. Every time I go to every time I go to Southern California, I see people daily driving cars that are 50 years old, and you just daily drive them. No problem. It's fine. Doesn't rust. Just replace the bushings and keep preventative maintenance. You see, dude, I saw some guy daily driving a 65 Mustang. Like, no problem. That's a classic where I'm from. Like, dude, people only take that out in the summertime here. This guy just daily driving it. Whatever. Must be nice. Yeah, that's how it do be. It do be like that. Alright. So, had a friend in high school with a 65 Mustang. It was his first car in 2009. That's cool, man. No road salt is awesome. Yeah, Edmund, you know, like, you're not wrong. Actually, that was in the Bay, dude. Last time I was in the Bay, dude. I saw some guy, just tooling around in a 66 Mustang. And it wasn't like a factory restored thing either. It was just a 66 Mustang. Just like, that's your daily driver. It's like, dude, you know what, Benny, you know what's kind of crazy? Like, just on a side note, that a 65 Mustang or a 66 Mustang with a 200 cubic inch inline six and like a 4-speed behind it, you could get like 40-50 miles to the gallon with that thing. If you tune the engine right, you have 50 miles to the gallon. No problem. It's a tiny motor. And it's bare bones. There's not much in the way of anything inside of it, right? Like, dude, you could get 40, 50 miles to the gallon in that car. I mean, there's not much in the way of safety, but 40, 50 miles per gallon is pretty good. And I mean, weight is a thing, right? Like, if there's nothing inside of the car except for a steering wheel, right, and 4 tires and a motor, it's very efficient. Yeah. Crazy, right? It's the same reason why, there's Volkswagen Beetles all over the place, dude. Very efficient. You can get 50 miles to the gallon in a Beetle. No problem. Easy peasy. The car weighs nothing. And it has a tiny little engine in it. And if you get one in a stick shift, it's even crazier, dude. Yeah. Yeah. That's just super light. Super light. Heck, my truck. My 97, dude. When I was moving. 5-speed. 5-speed. Manual transmission makes all the difference. I got 25 miles to the gallon on the highway with that thing. It's not exactly light, but it's simple. There's not a lot of stuff on it. You know what I mean? Punch buggy, no punchbacks. Ah, damn. All right. So, yeah, dude. Old cars are cool, man. Very environmentally friendly. To be honest with you, you wouldn't think. You wouldn't. Now the V8, the big V8s, no, those get terrible gas mileage. I'm not even gonna deny that for a second. But little ones with an inline six, like you could drive around a 67 Camaro with a Chevy inline six in it, get 30 miles to the gallon. City, no problem. But the motor doesn't make any power. But whatever, it's fine. Aborve, Davis Monthan. Oh, I know about Davis Monthan. I've been to Pima, dude. I've seen the Boneyard. The Boneyard is my happy place. Pima is one of my favorite aerospace museums, Aborve. Yeah. The Boneyard is so freaking cool. Dude, this is heaven for me. I would walk around this and just be like, This part would kind of bother me. But dude, look at all the C5As that they have up there. Look at all the F-15s, F-16s, A-10s, T-38s. What the hell are those? Oh, more F-18s. I don't like this part. Oh, the Boneyard's cool, man. It's really cool. See, this is part of the reason. See these guys right here? This is part of the reason why B-52s are going to end up serving for 100 years straight. It's because we chopped a lot of them up, right? We chopped a lot of B-52s up for peace treaties with the Soviet Union. So we literally doubled the replaceable parts inventory for B-52s in the 80s. So it's part of the reason why they're serving for so long, because we have tons of spare parts. Pretty cool, huh? Dude, look at all the C5s. These are C5As. C5As are... They've reached their end. They use them for parts. Yep. See? KC-135s. Actually, some of these are just C-135s. Some of them are, that's the Sentry. The Airborne Warning and Control System. Yeah, see? The crazy part about this is that there's some planes here that are painted in passenger livery. Because the Air Force bought 707s. See? What's that one? VTOPM. Interesting. VT? What's VT? E3, the sentries. That's right, Crunch. Yeah, yeah. Move it all to P3s. It's beast mode. More P3s. India. Interesting. Dude, they just got pallets of control surfaces out there. Look at all the helicopters. Kiowas, I think. A6, F-16s, C-130s. Oh, 2 Canberras. Cool. Janet? No, it's not the right plane for Janet. Janet doesn't exist, by the way. There's an F4 that's been goosed to parts. More B-57s. Look at all the Canberras they just have chilling out there. That's pretty neat. A-10s. Yeah, that sounds right, Myth. Look at all the A-10s. Dude, some of these A-10s, interestingly enough, some of the A-10s here, you could tell they're old because they're painted in forest livery. They're painted in forest camo. Alright, who knows their history? Why are those painted in forest camo? Most A-10s are painted like color of the sky nowadays, right? See any two-seaters? Negative. Folded gap, yep. Bingo. Yep, folded gap. Yeah, you guys know. We had A-10s. We had A-10s stationed all over the place in Germany, designed to take out tanks, Soviet tanks. That because it's a tank buster. That's what it's there for. So they're painted. You could tell that's how old those things are. Those A-10s are super old. They're probably 40, 50 years old. That's why they're being parted out. And they're still. These things were definitely stationed in Germany. They were probably at Ramstein, if I had to guess. We can't read the tail numbers, but. Yep. That's why they're painted in they're not desert camo. They're not the Air Force kind of gray. Nope, nope. They're painted so they wouldn't be able to see them on the ground. The Soviets wouldn't be able to see them, so they just pop out of the woods and bye-bye. Remember, A-10s can land on unprepared surfaces, no problem. All you need is a field. Literally an airstrip that a Cessna can take off from, an A-10 can take off from. You don't have to worry about FOD. The engines are up in the air. Smart. Very smart design. I mean, they're probably jonesing, but yeah. There's some A4s right there. F-16s. A7s. I wonder why they're carrying such a inventory of A7, such a big inventory of them. Probably for drones and stuff. S3s. S3 Viking, that's a anti-submarine warfare plane. So is the P3. The P3 is maritime reconnaissance, though. Oh my gosh, look at how many F4s are still there. Oh, look at all the F4s. Can I have one? I just want one. Yeah, just give me the shell. I don't need any of the parts. I don't want it. I don't want any of the parts, but I just want a shell of one. Why so many F4s? They use them for drones, Mikey. Yeah, they use them for drones. They basically use them to test missiles. Yeah, that's what they use them for. Dude, when I was in high school, I remember looking at Google Earth pictures. Here, they're probably still on here. I remember looking at this 04, 05. It is full of F4s. There's so freaking many of them. Dude, look at some of the hardware. This is what I used to do in high school, man. Instead of studying, I would just look at the boneyard. F-111s. Look at all the F-111s. Look at all the F-14s. There's just rows of F-4s, man. Oh, that's so difficult to look at. F-15s. I remember, like, this is like when I just discovered what Google Earth was. There's so many of them. Actually, that isn't even that much, dude. All the F4s were over here. Oh my god. Look at all of them. Oh, there were fields of them, man. Oh, I want one. Dude, this is what I used to look at. I was like, dude, can I have one, please? Look at him. There's just fields of F4s. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, I want one. I want one so bad. Look at all the Pavlos, man. Oh, that's just a shame. Oh, that's just a shame. Look at all the A6s. Actually, those are probably Growlers. Those are probably EA6s, because that was the last variant of the A6 that served. Dude. I thought housekeeping was expensive. Yep. Dude, rows of F-16s. Look at all the damn F-4s. I can't do this. I can't do this. They're all gone. They blew them all up. Seriously, that's what happened. They killed all of them. They use them for target practice. That's just a shame. It's just a damn shame. There were fields of them, dude. Just that, dude, that's like 30 acres of F4. I want it so bad. I just want one. The EA6 was the best electronic warfare platform that we've had. Yeah, the Growlers, man. Ooh, Blue Origin news. What do we got, dudes? What do we got? At least they weren't turned into cans. Yeah, that's true. See, you know what? You know what I keep thinking, guys? Like, they shoot them out. They shoot them down probably over, like, the Nevada testing range and stuff, right? Or Holloman or something. So somewhere out there, there's thousands. Out in the desert, there's thousands of F4 Phantoms. Just the wreckage of them. I don't know how to feel about that. Alright, hang on. B7 test. What is this? Why did the U.S. abandon doing airborne aircraft carriers other than cost? It's erudite. One missile will take it down and then you lose an aircraft carrier. It's much easier to make it float on water than on air. Ooh. That is a very, very healthy motor. Dude. Oh. What the? Hold on. You see that? That's a B7, dude. Did you see that? Dude, they deep throttled it. They deep throttled it. Holy, dude. Oh, that's absurd. What does that mean? Peep, they, okay. All right, deep throttling. That means the throttle goes below 40%. That's kind of the general definition of deep throttling. Rocket engines don't work like jet engines. They don't. It's not like Kerbal where you can just gear it up, gear it down, gear it up, gear it down, gear it up, gear it down. First of all, if you do that too quickly with a jet engine, you'll flood it, and you'll get what's called compressor stall. That's why modern engine management systems called FADEX prevent that from happening. They deliver fuel at the spool rate on purpose. That's why it always takes a second for a jet engine to go, and that's why you don't have like instant reaction time with a jet engine. So, rocket engines can't throttle like that. Why? Well, it's difficult to keep the explosion. It's difficult to make the explosion fill up the combustion chamber. That's easy to do when you're going full bore like that. But it gets a little bit difficult, right? Because think about this. Think about this like the combustion chamber like an inflated balloon, right? What happens when it's out? The balloon, right? Balloon, and then it, right? If you can't keep the explosion in there, well, your balloon isn't going to produce any thrust, right? If you wanted a balloon that just perpetually went, I'm going to keep doing it because poop jokes. If you wanted a balloon to do that, you'd need to find a way to introduce enough air in there to make it keep producing thrust. A rocket engine's kind of like that. Throttling a rocket engine is difficult in this regard. You have to maintain combustion chamber pressure. Because if you don't keep inflating the balloon, your balloon's going to stop producing thrust. Same case with a rocket engine, right? Same exact idea. Because what does a rocket engine do? A rocket engine combusts liquid fuel and oxidizer, right? And it's not the combustion that makes thrust. It's heating up all the gas. All that hot gas gets thrown out of the back of the rocket engine. So you got to make a big enough explosion and then eject that explosion exhaust out the nozzle, right? If you don't, this is why throttling rocket engines are hard, because if you don't keep a big enough explosion in there, what's going to happen? Well, you're going to get, amongst other things, you get non-uniform heating, you get cavitation inside of the combustion chamber, you get pockets of low pressure inside of there, and that breaks things. That breaks things a lot. Yeah, that kills the rocket motor. That's not good for it. The fact that BE7, right, went from full throttle down to like 20% throttle. You see the change? See the change in the flames right there? I'm pretty sure that's deep throttling that motor. Because look at how crisp and defined that flame is. And then they throttle it back almost instantly. But then, if you notice, the flames change shape, and then they kind of form again, and they start to get crisp. They throttled it down. That's a deep throttle. The BE7 should be able to do that, because BE7s are using expander cycles, like an RL10. It should be really easy to throttle it. Yeah, the ejection velocity has a lot to do with it, Camus. Yeah, I use combustion chamber because that's a little bit easier to describe than the ejection velocity. But yeah, also I'm trying to keep it pretty straightforward stuff. It's literally about how fast you can push the gas out the back of the motor. That's really important. Absolutely. That and mass flow rate, combustion chamber pressure, under expanded versus over expanded plume. That's really important, especially for an atmospheric engine. Yeah, absolutely, dude. Dude, they deep throttled it and then shut it off. Deep throttling rocket motors is a real good way. If it's not ready for it, it's a real good way to make it explode. It's a real good way to make it pop. That's really frigging impressive. Look at the change there. That is a super deep throttle. But see? I kind of know that it's a deep throttle because if you look at where the shock cone is, it moves forward. See it moving? It moves forward, right? Oh, that's freaking impressive, dude. That's freaking impressive. That is no joke, man. No, it goes bye-bye for a second, and then it stabilizes. Oh, that's so cool. Hold on. Hold up a second. Oh, watch. Yoop! Dude, the fact that happens so fast is pretty freaking impressive, dude. That is a monster piece of equipment. Sorry, I had the stream muted for a second and missed the balloon part. No, it's all good, man. There's a lot of maths and stuff. Oh, yeah, you ain't kidding, Camus. Dude, that right there, absurd. That is an absurd throttle ability. Now, why is throttle ability important? Why? Throttle ability is very important for second stage motor. And also, throttle ability is good for landers. Just saying. Merlin 1D has great throttle ability on it for landing first stages. Now, don't get me wrong. The BE7 is not a first stage motor. It is a second stage engine. But also, maybe you're not landing it on Earth. Good for a lander motor, because throttle ability is key when you're landing. You really need an engine that you can throttle. Right? What do you think about the X33 engines? I love X33 motors. I love the X33 Fritz and the Venture Star. That should have been made. It's so stupid that it didn't. God, we're dumb sometimes, man. Can a heat shield in a rocket melt? Well, of course, Marcel. If the heat shield isn't melting, it's not doing its job. That's the whole point. The heat shield is sacrificial. It uses thermal ablation to basically melt itself. The whole idea with a heat shield, right, is that it's made out of something that burns. But it's made out of something that burns cool. Okay? So something with a low burning point, right? The idea is that when a capsule is coming back in, an ablator heat shield, that plasma will build up on the front of the ablator heat shield, but there will be a little bit of a medium, believe it or not. The plasma doesn't like end up right next to the heat shield. It actually accumulates like maybe a couple inches out in front of it, depending on your velocity hitting the atmosphere and depending on atmospheric density, etc., etc. So that plasma just kind of stays there and it just kind of heats up. And it's just giving off a lot of heat. And what the heat shield's really close to it, so the heat shield's going to absorb a lot of heat. And it burns it. It burns it off. And all that heat gets basically exhausted as gas, and that gas envelops the capsule in a nice cool column of gas to keep it protected. Now, Falcon 9 does the same thing, Marcel, when it's coming back down. Falcon 9 fires its engines into the plasma, and it does the same thing. The gases coming out of that rocket motor are hot. Are they as hot as re-entry heat? No. No, not even close. Re-entry heating is way hotter than a rocket's exhaust temperature. Like, way hotter. Like, maybe 1,000 degrees hotter? Yeah, something like that. Right? 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So, what is that? Like, 500-600 C? Something like that. There's a big difference, right? For the Emperor, can you explain afterburners for dummies? Sure, man. Yeah. Let's get to building a rocket too, but yeah, that's what a heat shield does. A heat shield is supposed to burn off. It's supposed to be sacrificial, so it protects the capsule by bleeding off all this exhaust gas from burning from plasma. The technical term is toasty. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's right, Obscurus. Yeah. Falcon 9 shooting its engines into plasma and a heat shield getting burnt by said plasma literally do the same thing. It envelops the capsule or the first stage in Falcon 9's case in a cool column of air, a thermal medium is what it's called. Yeah, really cool. The engine firing is the heat shield. That is one of my favorite parts about Falcon 9. The engine firing is literally the heat shield. That's cool. I thought the engines for landing was making the rocket don't crash to make it slow down. Well, it has to do that, Marcel. Yeah, absolutely. The entry burn will also slow Falcon 9 down, but it's also its heat shield. You can do 2 for 1. That's why I like it. That's why I think it's a really cool idea, because it solves 2 problems with 1 solution. Smart, and that's good aerospace engineering. That's really smart, really good aerospace engineering, dude. What material are the heat shields made out of? Wood? No, not wood. It's like if you took resin and injected it into charcoal. So SpaceX uses a phenolic impregnated carbon ablator. Now, if some of you just went, those are words that I know. It's like almost charcoal that they inject resin into to keep it nice and stable. Yeah. Like resin encased charcoal. Yeah. It's carbon ablator. It's charcoal. It's not exactly charcoal. You can't go down to Kingston and go buy a heat shield, right? Like, it's a special compound of like resin impregnated carbon. And I said impregnated and somebody went, don't get me wrong. Somebody definitely did. So yeah, that's the best I can describe for like consistency of a heat shield. It's not charcoal, but it's kind of like that. It's like if you injected resin into cavernous charcoal. Yeah, and it burns off. It burns like charcoal. Didn't the Saturn V pretty much use cork? Actually, Rezel, Falcon 9 uses cork as well. A lot. Cork is used very, very highly in the aerospace industry because cork can absorb an insane amount of heat for what it is. Yep. Cork is used all over the place. Falcon 9 has cork for a thermal protection system on the bottom. True story. Yeah. The dance floor on Falcon 9, it's all cork. Well, it's coated in cork. It's aluminum, but it has cork coating on it. Sure, absolutely. Cork is super, super useful as a thermal protection system because it's so cavernous. Or not cavernous, porous is the right term. It's porous. It's basically super hollow, super lightweight, and super thin. So now, like, why would cavernous be better, right? Well, the more surface area of something that you can expose to heat, the more heat it can absorb. Don't get me wrong, you know, you heat it, you heat up, you put enough heat energy into something, it'll always melt or burn, either one. But cork being so porous like that is really good at absorbing a ton of heat because there's way more surface area because the fire goes into the cork and it can absorb it basically anywhere that's exposed. And a lot of the cork is exposed because it's so porous. I mean, guys, it's the same thing with the shuttle thermal tiles. The shuttle thermal tiles are the same way. That's why they can absorb an insane amount of heat because there's more surface area being exposed to said heat. More surface area exposed to said heat can absorb more heat. It's quantitative, right? So conservation of energy. If you have 1 megajoule of energy in the form of like propane in a dang old tank, right? And you use that torch to heat up a piece of metal, you're going to take the exact, well, not the exact, you're going to take most of that energy and use it to heat up the metal, but some of it will get absorbed by the air. But it's all quantitative, right? It's addition. When you're talking heat energy and you're talking energy in general, it's all addition, right? Heat just doesn't go nowhere. It goes somewhere. That energy goes somewhere. Like a car radiator. Yeah, Toronto. Actually, that's a really good example. A car radiator. That's why they're so cavernous. There's a lot of cooling veins and a lot of squiggly doos in there, right? It's so you can expose more of the coolant to more cool air. And more cool air cools your coolant. Funny how that works, right? Yeah, it's not that it's result. So the shuttle tiles are silica. They're silica based. They're rocks. Yeah. The way to get the space shuttle to fly better, going Mach 10 was to glue a bunch of rocks to the bottom of it. Very porous rock, but rocks nonetheless. Hey, Vulcan. And it's super lightweight. Yep, absolutely. Cork is a great thermal protection system, guys. Absolutely. So wood actually isn't, you're not far off. Don't get me wrong. You know, with aerospace, you use what makes the most sense for your application. But yeah, oh yeah, there is wooden thermal protection systems, technically. Well, bark, if you want to be technical, because cork is bark off of a cork tree. Cork tree. I had my Dunkin' today, can you tell? Well, squiggly doos, they're called cooling veins. But yeah, squiggly doos sounds cooler. So what did you think of that footage from yesterday? This footage? Oh, it's quite good.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Dizer, 49-month resub. You know why they released this, Vulcan? They released this because the Gox outgassing covers the umbilical so you can't see it. It's true. Oh, that's so cool. Chink. Close the hatch. Boom. That's cool, man. Very cool. So, guys, this is the Artemis 1 tail service mast umbilical. You can clearly see the SLS core stage back there. There's engine 3 and engine 4. I think it's either that one's 3 or that one's 4. I think that one's 3. So it's 3 and 4 right there. And the hydrogen one, the one that they had leaks with, is actually behind this over here. But the crazy part about this is that, see this? This is your time, right? So this is the time in UTC, right? So 6:47:44, right? Crazy thing is that all this basically happens. Let's take a look. So your second counter is right here. So it starts at booster ignition. 44, right? That's your seconds. 45. 46. 47. 3 seconds it takes to close that thing. So it's happening about that fast. Pretty crazy, right? Did somebody put it in real time, Vulcan? It's quick, dude. It happens a lot faster than you think. That camera is super slow-mo.
Hydrogen burn-off igniters initiate.
Boosters!
6, 5, 4-stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition.
Crazy, right?
And lift off.
Crazy. Crazy how fast that is. Damn, dude.
To the moon and beyond.
Damn.
And here
That's
we
so
go.
cool.
10.
Hydrogen burn-off igniters initiate. 7, 6, 5, 4-stage engine start. 3, 2,
That's crazy,
1.
Thomas.
Boosters in ignition.
How heavy is this door kiosk? The amount of energy that's getting released out of this door is pretty much on par with like a low-yield nuclear blast. Yeah. In terms of energy being, like heat energy being, like, radiated out the bottom of this thing. Yeah. Low-yield nuke. Like Hiroshima. Powerful. Yeah. SLS damaged the launch pad. It blew the doors off of the elevators. You know the elevators that astronauts would take to ride up to get in? It blew the doors off of those. That's how much pressure happened on the outside of that door. Literally enough to break an armored elevator door. And the thing about building pads, guys, is, I mean, I've walked on that mobile launcher, not to flex or anything. All the doors are like bank vault doors. Because it has to be. Because when the rocket goes off, it's a little powerful. Just, you know? Yeah, there's... Vulcan, do we have a picture of the SLS doors getting blown off? Yeah. When the booster fired and that big condensation cloud came out of the flame trench, that pressure shock was enough to blow the doors off of the launch pad. It literally, that's exactly what it did. Like, no figure of speech. It blew the doors off the launch pad. They found the doors 300 meters out in the BDA somewhere. 300 meters away from the pad. Like 1,000 feet away. And the door is not, the door weighs as much as my truck. Hey, see you, what's going on? Yeah, give me a moment, you pull it up. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Yakby. There's the amount of power that rocket actually has is, like I said, what's going on in the flame trench, there's a reason why they spray that sucker down with water. Because what's going on there is low-yield nuke, like a small nuclear blast. That's how much power rockets have. I mean, you can go look this up. If you want to look it up, look up the characteristic energy of a rocket, so C3. So that's the total amount of energy that it gives out, right? That's it's measured in energy, so it would be in joules or something, right? But it's on par. If you like converted that to megatons, right? Yeah, it's on par with, I don't think you convert to megatons, but you get the idea. It's a lot of power. A lot of power. Here's one of the doors post-launch. There we go. That's what I'm looking for, Vulcan. Thank you. Check this out, dude. Yeah, they found parts of one. They found parts of one a little ways away. That's what's left of an elevator door. What do you think the pressure reading was and for how long? I don't know. I don't know what the pressure reading was. 6, 7 bar, maybe? Maybe 8 bar, something like that. That's just a guess, dude. It was only for a second, but that's all it takes. Aerial shot of the entire pad. Yeah, there's one of the elevator doors somewhere around, but yeah, here. Vulcan, that's good enough. Thank you. Yeah, they found the doors somewhere over there somewhere. The doors were right here. They're the bottom doors for the elevator. So that right there, see that little tab that's sticking up? That's where that camera was from the LOX tail service mast umbilical. The doors were literally on the other side of it, and they found the doors over there somewhere. Like at the perimeter of the blast detonation area. So the pad has this perimeter around it called the BDA. I'm pretty sure people understand blast detonation area and what that means. You found the photo? Oh yeah. Yep. There it is. Yep. There was an elevator door there, but the crazy thing is that the elevator door was there, and you can clearly see that there's an armored door in front of it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You can see there was a much more beefier door. You can tell it's beefier because it has 4 of those big freaking hinges on it. Yeah, yeah, those are the doors that were way over there somewhere. Blew the doors off the damn pad. Yep. And I'd also like to point out that the SRBs literally scorched the grass off of the BDA. Guys, there's no grass there. That's all dirt. Like in the area around the rocket where the blast where the flame trench went, or like the blast detonation from the overpressure event. Not blast detonation. The overpressure event went that way. There's no grass. There's no more grass. Heck, there's no more foliage out there beyond the blast detonation area. See it? That's what I mean about low yield nuclear blast. Like everybody's seen that footage of the nuke just cleaning house. That test footage from the 40s that they have, that the Air Force and stuff has, where like it blows the house away. That's what I'm talking about here. That's the force coming out of the bottom of the flame trench. See how there's no trees right there? Yeah, there's no trees. Literally scorched earth. That's the power we're talking about here. Pretty crazy, right? Anyway, we're going to build a rocket like that today. That's what I want to do. That's the power of love. All right, so that's kind of pretty. It's kind of poggers. Oh yeah, rockets are amazing, Pete. Yeah, they're freaking sweet. Yeah, they slowly metered it out for a couple hours. Yep. I'm talking scorched earth mother trucker. Yeah. So, guys, I want to see how well Kerbal takes to building a super heavy launch vehicle. That's what we're going to build today. So, I want a launch vehicle that's targeting, I don't know, 500 tons? 500 tons, 10-meter fairing? Why? Oh, no reason. No reason. Because I can. Neptune? I was thinking more Triton, Hip. Do you remember Triton? Sea Dragon it? No. Sea Dragon. No. The buoyancy physics are all messed up. I'm the Sea Dragon. No, screw Sea Dragon. We don't need that. We don't need to do that. Okay? The reason is because I can. Yeah, that's the big one. So, I'm talking, sorry, I gotta hang now. I was working on the truck this morning. I finished Challenge 5 last night, but I did Val and Jeb level together. That was difficult. Yeah, Stygian, it's a tough one. Ground Dragon. No. Yeah, Air Dragon. Air Dragon? Flaming Dragon. This is Flaming Dragon! Oh, okay. Flaming Dragon. Frick face. For the Emperor, you wanted afterburners, right? That's what you wanted real quick? So, afterburners? Okay. Afterburner. Okay, so, a jet exhaust. Jets are pretty damn efficient, right? But they're not always efficient. There's still some unburnt fuel. Not unburnt fuel. Let's say coming out of the back of a jet engine there is some oxygen left in there. There's some oxygen left. And if there's oxygen coming out of the back of your internal combustion engine or jet engine, right? It's, that's still some power left on the table, right? Because theoretically, with your jet engine, the exact amount of fuel, you want the exact amount of fuel and the exact amount of oxygen, right? And if they can hit in the proper proportions, then you should just get combustion byproducts coming out the back. CO2, stuff like that, right? CO, like on a car, right? With a jet engine, sometimes it's not completely efficient, so you do get, CO2 and CO, you get that coming out the back. So, an afterburner is literally spraying fuel into the exhaust of a jet engine and lighting that on fire. Yeah, it is a burn after the jet engine's combustors, hence afterburner. There are things such as a preburner, but preburners usually happen on rocket engines. True story. Yeah, so you basically spray fuel into extremely hot air, and there is a little bit of oxygen in there, and the fuel combines with what little oxygen is left coming out of the jet engine, and it makes way more power. The thing about afterburners is that they're not very fuel efficient because once again, there's not coming out of the jet engine, there's not a lot of oxygen, so spraying the same amount of fuel in is going to fully combust, or the fuel will fully combine with whatever oxidizer is left, but you're literally going to be spraying extra jet fuel out the back. That's why when a plane has an afterburner on, for instance, you get dark smoke coming out the back of the jet. You get a lot of soot, like Falcon 9. Yeah. Is there an ignition source? Or is it hot enough to combust? Hip, all you should need is an igniter. Just an igniter, just to kick things off. Jet engines work like a propane grill. Like you know, you have a propane grill, right? You turn the gas on, and then you hit the and then the flame just keeps going. Jet engines work like that. So yeah, jet engines, spraying it into the hot gas could be enough to combust it. They probably, it depends, dude. It'd probably have an igniter back there. I mean, I'd put an igniter back there because an igniter is easy. It just arcs it's a little spark plug. That's it. That's all. I learn more here with you than I do in college. All right, right on, man. That's my job. Is the impact that much that the efficiency doesn't matter? Jet engines are not, afterburners are, you're getting great combustion, but you're getting great, afterburners are about as efficient as using a fire hose to water your garden. The garden will be watered. Oh yeah, but there's also a lot more water that's going to go somewhere else. Probably not going to go where you want it. But fighter jets need the burners to make that power. You know what I mean? They make that power because you need to get away from a missile or something, or you need to get somewhere quick. The name of the game with like fighter jets and stuff is being able to get there faster than the other guy. Seriously, get there faster than the other guy so you can shoot him before he shoots you, right? Like that's the idea. Or if you need, or like if you need a targeted strike to support troops, you need to get there quick. That's why the burner's there. It's not efficient. No, the afterburners are not efficient at all. I mean, it efficiently combusts things, but you know, it does that, like I said, by throwing everything but the kitchen sink at the problem. But it's a good way to do it. Could they spray oxidizer as well? Well, jet engines are naturally aspirated, Neo, but yeah, sure, why not? If you could spray LOX in there if you want. Yeah. Can you notice it in KSP? Your Delta V takes a dive on afterburner. Yep. Well, guys, there's a company called Reaction Engines Limited that's working on something called a Sabre engine. This is a Sabre engine right here. It is a synergetic air-breathing rocket engine. So it's half jet engine, half rocket. It's basically doing what you're describing. So when it's down close to the ground, it works like a regular jet with a regular combustor. When it's high up in the air, the jet basically works as a pre-cooler, or a preheater. Excuse me, not a pre-cooler. A preheater for a rocket engine. Yep. It works like a pre-burner. Yeah, really cool. Closed-loop helium. Closed-loop helium preheater, which is really freaking cool. Well, it's a pre-cooler. It's a cooler for the jet engine, but it's a heater for the propellants. Yep. Military has experimented with nitrous and nitromethane. Cool. Hi, if they knew jet engines, hey Keen Bob, if they knew jet engines needed a lot of oxygen, how did they test the very first ones before their flight? Well, math proved the idea, Keen, but jet engines were around a little bit of time before they put them into airplanes. Frank Whittle, a British engineer, genius, was the guy that came up with the turbojet. Yeah, and he did that in the 30s. The Brits invented the jet engine. The British invented the turbojet engine. It was not the Germans. The Germans were the first to take that technology and incorporate it into a fighter jet. The Messerschmitt 262. But what a lot of people don't know is that, you know, they put the Messerschmitt 262 into production with 2 BMW Umo turbojets, right? But the Brits at the same time had the Gloucester Meteor right behind. The Gloucester Meteor was in fact invented during World War II. It just they couldn't scale it up. They didn't bother scaling it up because they wanted to make more propeller planes. They wanted to make more Spitfires, more Hurricanes, more Lynx, more bow fighters, more Mosquitoes. That thing was invented in 43. Pretty much the same time as the 262. True story. Meteor's a cool looking plane. Really is a nice looking plane. I like it in this, RAF Spitfire livery. That's really cool looking. Why does it have an A-10 cockpit? I don't know. Yeah, Meteor was a good design. A lot of people don't know that the Meteor was being developed and the U.S. had a jet engine too. The Brits shared that jet technology with the U.S. The U.S. said, screw that, we're not going to do that because trying to retool in the middle of a war is an idiotic idea. The Germans did not do that, and they lost because the planes. Yeah, air superiority is a pretty good idea when you're fighting somebody. You don't want to get bombed. But also, at the same time, the U.S. was coming up with this. The P-59. First U.S. jet. It's pretty much good for flying around and about. That's about it. It's not really a good plane. That's why they didn't make many of them. See? Hi, EJ. I have a question. Is the rocket micrometeors proof? What's wrong with it? It's not. It's too heavy. Astrobrains. The jet engines from the time were not very good. I mean, they're good because it's brand new, but it took a little bit of time for the jet engine to find its form. You know what I mean? Nothing is micrometeor proof. I don't understand what's going on there. You don't pronounce the U in Gloucester. Yeah, I know, Stoves. I have a Gloucester here, too. Yeah, Gloucester. Whatever. You know what I meant. And also, Stoves, you're telling me that English has letters that they just throw in words that are silent? Wait a minute. No, I got you, man. I said I know it's Gloucester because we have a Gloucester over here. It's up on the North Shore. Yes, we do it to trick the colonials. All right, so I want to build a big rocket. So let's do it. I was thinking my older rocket designs, guys, my older gigantic rocket designs either used shuttle engines. I had like 30 of them, right? Or we used, well, the motor isn't in this game, but something, basically, that was basically supposed to be an F1. I forget the name. What was the name of the F1 engine in Kerbal 1? Is it Mammoth? Please hold. Mastodon. There you go. I really wish they'd just put these in the game. These are awesome engines. Especially the L87, the LR91, the Skiff. Oh, I miss that motor so much. The Skiff is basically a J2. Super light, pretty damn efficient, pretty good thrust for what it is. And then that thing. Yeah, that's what... I had a 10-meter rocket that had a bunch of these, but they were all overclocked. What I really needed is an engine like this. Like the Mammoth. And that's what we're going to mess with today, I think. I think that's what we'll mess with today. So... let's do it. Let's see what we can do here. How much is 5 of these going to give me, just out of curiosity? Nah. Maybe not 5. We need 9. We need 9 of these, I think. Anyway, let me just do some... let me just check on some things here. So, I want 9 of these. Put the engine plate on there. Put that on there. Right, and then move this one down like this. Oh, parts are still being painted dark. I don't want that. Alright, so, and then... here we go. Yeah, I'm thinking something like that. We might even... I might even clip these in a little ways. Because the turbine machinery doesn't need to be like that. No, we don't want the nozzles touching each other. Don't ever touch nozzles. Bad idea. Well, Thomas, before they changed the Rhino engine in KSP1, I used to use it for first stage motors, and then they changed it to an upper stage engine. It was an okay first stage engine, and then they made it a strictly upper stage motor. And when they made it a strictly upper stage engine, yeah, I stopped using it as first stage as first stage motors on Neptune and replaced it with like 30 shuttle engines or something. Yeah. That's why I didn't really, in the later days, I didn't really like flying Neptune too much unless I absolutely had to. And that saved because I realized that the thing was superbly expensive because a bunch of shuttle motors, right? This should help fix that problem. So, your PC's gonna catch on fire? Good, it's cold in here. Hey, computers can still run when they're on fire. I saw that in a movie once or something. So, yeah, I'm thinking this will probably be good. How much thrust is that making? No, they can't. Well, why don't you just go somewhere with people you agree with and go find them and agree with them together? Marcel, it's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke, buddy. Not being serious. All right, so I'm gonna need to do something like that. All right, so the core. How are we gonna do this? And then, you know what the other good thing is, too? We have insanely good upper stage engines here. I mean, the Rhino, obviously. We can cluster a bunch of those together and Make that do good things. Oh, excuse me. We can make that thing do good things. The Rhino is great. Oh, they nerfed it. They nerfed the thrust. Oh, well, the thrust is increased, but the specific impulse went down. The Labradoodle would be the one we want. That's not really enough get up and go for the type of vehicle that I need, though. Or the type of vehicle that I want for this application. Yeah, okay. Alright, so that would be a good upper stage engine. That's a good first stage engine. Let's roll. So, I'm thinking. What could be our core stage here? I mean, we might be able to get away with doing something like this. Nah. I mean, that's nice, but that's not exactly what I'm looking for. How much Delta V does that have? 5,600 Delta V. That's a lot. That's good. But what's our TWR? 1.245. Ooh. But that's only 7 engines. What happens if I do something like this? Yeah. Yeah. Now what? 1.5. There we go. Just tuning in. What's the mission? I want to see how well Kerbal 2 can deal with making a gigantic lifter. So I want to make a big lifter, Psychonax. I'm talking about a stakeholder goal of about 500 tons. If we can. 500 tons to orbit. 400 or 500, somewhere in that range. Should be able to move 2 of these into space. That's what I want. I think that's fair. 10-meter fairing. 400 to 500 tons. I think we can do that. Yeah, I mean, no particular reason. I mean, I'm sure we'll find uses for that with the, you know, I decided to opt out of this week's challenge, but I'm sure we'll find uses, for sure. So, let's build our core stage. I hope this isn't too rule 8, but since Kazakhstan took back Baikonur, what happens to Russian manned spaceflight in U.S. operations? Def, that was incorrectly reported, like, big time. No one bothered to fact check it, which pisses me off in multiple ways. Kazakhstan did not seize the entirety of Baikonur. They seized the Baitarek project, and it's funny because people don't know the difference. They think Baitarek, and it's like, oh, that's close enough to Baikonur. They seized Baikonur. Well, the Soyuz is screwed. This could be the end. No, no. No. Roscosmos in 2019 signed a deal with the Kazakh government to use the Baitarek pad. The Baitarek pad was used for Zenit boosters. Zenit boosters are not a thing anymore. They're not a thing. They retired that launch vehicle, mostly because of what's going on in the world, right? So the Russians wanted to bring that technology in-house because they were making new they're making new RD-171 MVs, and they want a next generation Soyuz that uses RD-170s. So they wanted to basically make their own Zenit rocket. So they were going to, and it's called Soyuz 5. And the contract in Baikonur that they signed with the Kazakh government was called Baitarek, and it was to use the former Zenit pad, which was abandoned, for Soyuz 5. The Russians hadn't been making the payments on it. Roscosmos hadn't been making the payments on it. So they let the lease expire, basically. So they said, all right, fine, we'll take the pad back if you're not going to pay us. So that's what happened. I mean, it's pretty damn similar to SpaceX not renewing their lease for LZ-1 and LC-2 and giving Complex 13 to Viaspace. They let the lease expire. So the Air Force takes back LC-13 and then contracts it out to Viaspace. Yeah, I don't know if you guys knew that. SpaceX let the lease on their landing pads at the Cape expire. Yeah, I'm not sure why. They're probably just going to all drone ship. It doesn't even make sense to keep the landing pads. Just land on the drone ship every time. Via in phantom space. Yeah, that's what happened, dude. Yeah. It was pretty erroneously reported, and it kind of pissed me off at the time. Because, yeah, people can't be bothered with doing 5 minutes of research, but... Hey, a story is a story, right? What about Falcon Heavy? Double drone ship landings hired is my guess. Or they're planning on putting landing sites elsewhere. That's where my money is. I'll bet you they're just going to build a landing site at 39. Makes more sense that way. Or at 40, or somewhere else. Have you watched For All Humankind? No, Fritz. I've only watched season 1, and I don't really want to watch season 2. Yeah, so Def, that's what happened. They seized the Buy-to-Rec project because the Russians let the lease lapse because plans change with your space program. Plans change with our space program all the time. And I know people want to read more into this. They want to read more into it than that. And yeah, it's not anything more than just letting the lease expire. The Russian space program, for the most part, with the exception of the coolant leaks, has pretty much been unaffected. The guy that's over there, Borzimov, is like, nope, I just want to do space stuff. Which I don't have a problem with, man. I don't have a problem with that. If they launch from Starbase, could they have a landing site on the west coast of Florida? On the west coast of Florida? I would say no. Apollo, it's too populated. There's no real good spot over there. Unless they were trying to land like in the Everglades or something, which... Nah. In which case, dude, even then, how are you going to get super heavy from the Everglades back to Boca Chica? What about landing pads at the McGregor refurbishment buildings? What? Wait, what's McGregor have anything to do with this, fellas? I'm confused. You confused me. What does McGregor have anything to do with it? Yeah, by those, I mean, you're paying for the damn drone ship. You might as well use it. Yeah, Blackness, McGregor ain't near Florida. It's not near any launch site. It's actually centered between all of SpaceX's Falcon 9 launch sites. That's entirely on purpose. What's that, Sonic? You made an F-104? Dude, that is quite nice. Get out of here. Yeah. Yeah. That looks like the Widowmaker to me, dude. Yeah. Yeah, that looks right. It should have a Panther motor, dude, not a Whiplash. I mean, but if you wanted to do a caricatured version of what an F-104 does, then a Whiplash is perfect. You put an SR-71 motor on an F-104. I mean, dude, I'm not gonna say that you shouldn't do that, you know? They kind of did something like that. They kind of basically did that with that thing. It's basically what we're doing here. The D-21 or the M-21, depending on which one you like. They basically did that. Are you going to do Wings Wednesday tomorrow? Yeah, maybe. It's just one of the wings of an SR-71, that's right. Yeah, it didn't work very well. Anyway, nice, Sonic. That looks good. All right. So, let's get into building the rocket body here. So, on Neptune and on my previous large lifter designs, what I did was I built it around SRBs. But the thing is that we might need to build it around fairings here because the fairings can only be a certain distance apart. So we're going to need to go into payload bays. I need a 5-meter fairing like this, and we'll make that our primary subassembly here. Get away. Go away. All right, so I previously had a 10-meter core diameter for Triton. So my Triton rocket is one of the biggest rockets I've made in KSP. I kind of made it just to see if I could. It was a 10-meter core all the way up. And why? I just want to radial attach. There we go. It was a 10-meter core all the way up. And yeah, had overclocked Mastodon motors. I'm gonna see if we can build a big one today. I didn't click on that. So if we take 2 of these 5-meter tanks and we put them together, basically at the edges like this, that's a 10-meter core for the most part. The B1 was a cool plane? What do you mean was? It still flies. What do you mean was? What are you talking about? Alright, so that's our 10-meter core. That more or less is where we need to be, so let's take the fairing and we can get the fuselage of this vehicle by doing something like that. Let's just check, double check against this. Yep. All right, cool. So this sucker right here, that fairing is going to act as our core diameter. It's the diameter fairing, so we can get rid of that, right? And then we can just take that and put that over there. Now, just to be sure that I'm thinking about this correctly, what I want to do is, can we take this fairing and place it? And yes, it keeps the fairing. Excellent. Perfect. Okay, cool. Now what I want to do is this. What we should be able to do is with a 10-meter core like this, I should be able to fit 4 of these in here. We should be able to fit 4 5-meter tanks. There's a slight bit of overlap. Now, I have a question, fellas. Anybody into geometry out there? I'm wondering if the amount of area or the amount of volume that these tanks are clipped into each other right here is the amount of volume of empty space out here. I think it is, actually, if I'm thinking about this right. So in this design, my tanks are clipping into each other. Obviously, I don't like clipping fuel tanks into fuel tanks, but if the fairing is going to be the outside of this, I'm pretty sure that that volume is equal to this volume right here. I think. We could do the math out, but that's a lot of geometry. I'm pretty sure that basically what I'm trying to tell you is that I'm okay with clipping the tanks because there's a lot of empty space in here, and that empty space is equivalent to the area that's clipped. Basically, the volume of that part of the circle and the volume of this part of the circle equates out to this empty area. I'm pretty damn sure. 4 times pi r squared. Yeah, it gets a little more complicated than that, but yeah. But I think that's right. I'm pretty sure that is correct. Because we have a square that's 2 times the radius. So the diameter of that is the radius of the bigger core. So I'm pretty sure that's how that works, but yeah. I mean, if somebody wants to go and do the math, please be my guest. I'm going to roll with it. Which calculator would you use? Well, I mean, if you want to think about it mathematically, you'd have to find the total volume of this, right? And then you'd have to find the total volume of that. So let's just say, for argument's sake, that our tanks are 1 meter tall, right? And our 10 meter area is 1 meter tall. So you'd need pi r squared times 1 meter, right? And then you need pi 2.5 squared, right? Because this is a 5 meter tank, so the radius is 2.5 meter. So pi 2.5 squared times 1 meter, right? And then you'd need pi 5 squared, right? And that gets you total volume here, and it gets you total volume there. If this is 1/4 the volume of this, then yeah, it's right. Actually, I mean, if you really want to get into like subtleties, you could subtract the area of each circle clipping, but I'm not exactly sure what formula you would use to basically take a bite out of your tank, like a bite mark out of your tank. That might be calc, if I'm thinking about that right. The outer diameter is 10. Yeah, a Boolean, exactly. Yeah, double diameter is quad. Yeah, exactly. There you go. So yeah, I mean, it's just basic math, right? I don't think it's the same because the tanks are spheres. Well, that's where it... So, that's where it gets crazy. Because tanks have a hemispherical dome, right? Tanks have a hemispherical dome. So we're not dealing with perfect cylinders. I don't want to get that too crazy into doing this with KSP, so I just kind of counted them as cylinders. But they're not cylinders in real life. Tanks are pill-shaped. They have a dome at the top and the dome at the bottom. Because if this was flat down the bottom, you'd create pressure on the seam right there. I cleaned up in here, so all my soda cans are not here, but cans are kind of the same way. Yeah, removing that part gets into calculus and stuff, and finding this area, that's all calc. But we don't need to do that, dude. We don't need to do that. Let's just... Let's just sneeze and call it a day. I think our clip volume assumption is good enough. So, now let's make a core. So, I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to place it down here. Place the same exact fairing. Now, how far can we move that fairing down? What's the maximum limit? Yeah, see, we only have a limit on how far we can move this. Bro, I clean RVs for a living. My brain is on fire. Oh. Oh, look at this, Norath. Yeah, there it is. There's your formula right there. Method number 3, triangle. Ah, that's smart. Triangulation. To figure that, dude, that's a good way to do that. That's pretty cool. Cut it, break it into shapes that's easy to calculate. A right triangle. Then Pythagorean theorem, etc., etc. I don't know. They're using Pythagorean here? I don't think so. Base height divided by 2. Yep. Ah, they use the diameter of one of the circles to make a right triangle to figure out the radius, obviously, right? And then they calculated the area off of that. Yeah, I got you. The numbers, Mason. What do they mean? Gosh, that's cool. Yeah. Remember? Yeah, Artyom, you remember? Like, I remember in my math class our teacher drilling Pythagorean theorem into our heads, right? And quadratic formulas, right? I remember that. I didn't pay attention much, but I remember that. And they said, oh, that's super important. That's super important. And me being the idiotic 16-year-old at the time that think they knew everything was like, I'll never use this and I'll never use this. Oops. And then just later, I figured out that the one thing that I can sit here and talk about for hours that I absolutely love requires an insane amount of math. Whoops. Oops. Stay in school. Trust me on that one. Being a pro Counter-Strike player might pay off, but it usually doesn't. Yeah, take that from the experience there. No, that's part of the reason why I get up people's tails on the internet about, like, you know, people are like, I don't know what I want to, you know, should I finish it? Yes, finish school. Just finish the damn thing. Finish the damn thing, because you never know. You might end up liking math, all right? And I know that sounds dumb, but, dude, if you asked 18-year-old me what they wanted to do, it would be very different than what 24-year-old me wanted to do. Very different. Very different answer. And math is sweet, dude, actually. Yeah, math's amazing. I love math and I love engineering, dudes. You know why? Because there's no room for people in their stupid opinions. There's just numbers. And you can be wrong. You absolutely can be wrong. How many times were you wrong in math class? Boom. Boom. That's why I love it. It's great. Very refreshing. Well, I think not. You think nothing unless you can prove it with numbers. Ba-ba! Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba! It's great. Freaking love math. Freaking love math, dude. Math is dope. Doing a mission architecture complete, I hope. We'll start launching tonight. Let me see. Engineering's the same way. Well, I think that Starship, it doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter what you prove it with numbers. Ooh, very nice, Ord. Oh, I like this. Yeah, I like what you did here. Yeah. Heavy, small launch vehicle. Yeah, Apollo style, dude. Very nice. Hey, nice transfer vehicle. Hey, nice vehicle. All right, man. Good luck. Have fun. Yeah, Astrobrains. Yeah, math does do that, dude. It kind of inadvertently changes the way you think about things. But, yeah. Don't tell Harry. Wait, what? All right, so that's kind of the base architecture for how I want to set this up. Now, what we need to do here is start doing fuel tank calculations. I'm basically going to make this in the same exact manner that I made my Kraken-proof rocket. Whoa. Wait. The fairing position. It's drifted. Look. Oh. Yeah, Whitney, they do that. Yeah. Interesting. As I duplicated each fairing, the fairing transform, the transform for the shape offsets. See? Look. Ooh, that's an interesting one. Yeah, it seems to be offset. It seems to be a compounding offset there because that one is not as offset as the original. That's where the fairing should be. And that's where it is. And that's definitely where it isn't. Huh. Yeah, I'm gonna save that one for later. I'm gonna save that one for later. KSP1 have a version of the engine mount? Yeah, we got engine mounts. Alizar, yeah, we do. Yeah, I'll shoot this one off to Nate and the QA team. That's a strange one. Hey, can anybody here confirm that this is repeatable. If we really wanted to be, like, if we really wanted to be serious about squashing this bug, I would try it with every type of fairing. Try doing the same thing. Do you send clips to them with your bug reports? Well, of course. Yeah, duh. Why wouldn't I? Just go highlight the VOD. Here, look. Alright, well, that's not ideal. So, how are we going to fix this? That means I'm going to have to make each one of these fairings individually. So, get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. So, we need a straight line. And we need to use a straight line as a datum here. So, what I'll end up doing here, guys, is we will zoom in here. And I will, when we go to make the rocket, I will use one of the lines in orthographic view. I'll use that line. Oh, nope, not exactly right. Nope. There we go. It's a little bit inset, but that'll be fine. So just leave this here. And now, when I go to make the fairings, I can use that line as a ruler. So when we go to make the outer skin of the rocket, it can work. Now, why am I making this out of fairings? Why would I do that? Well, basically, you guys saw what we're doing. We're doing this. And don't get me wrong, this looks cool. I don't mind it. I think it looks neat. But I also think it looks cool covering the rocket up. I think it looks cool having the rocket, like, in an outer skin. So it doesn't look like we just duct taped a bunch of fuel tanks together, which, I mean, it's basically what we did. Can you tap it over with the arrow keys? I don't think so. Yeah, Aqualex. If anything, encasing it in the fairings is inefficient. Funnily enough. But it's got to look good, man. And I'm pretty sure, you know, worst case scenario, we could just brute force this frickin' thing into space. Alright, so now what we need is that. Let me put those there. And where does that get us? That gets... Oh, shoot, I moved it. I'm not using undo. I don't trust it. We'll do that later when we can line it up. I know what I need to do. Chosen, 57 months. Thanks, buddy. All right, so what we're going to do is just move these out of the way for a moment. And we need to figure out where the bottom fairing is, right? Let's take another one of these and then just zip it down as far as we can, just like all the other ones. Take these. Technique. And move them back into position. So where's that bottom fairing? Oh, okay. We got plenty of space. So let's move this up a little ways, right? And this is where our engine mount's going to be. Now, the cool thing about encasing the rocket in fairings is that you can encase your engines in fairings if you know what you're doing. Now, what we could do, and what would make a lot of sense, is to put an engine plate down here, right? We could put an engine plate on the bottom of the fairing. Obviously, have our center engine, right? Just move the center engine downwards a little bit, right? And then take this. I don't want it. It's really trying to lock on to the fuel tank. So if you're having trouble with this, a good way to fix this problem is just attach nose cones to the stuff you don't want it to attach to, and then it'll work. Now, I'm aiming for 8 of these things. Can we fit 8 of them in a 10-meter fairing? Let's take a look. Why? Why would you do this? Why? Why, Sneaky? Why? Why would you do this? Damn it, man. Thank you. I appreciate it, buddy, but you didn't need to do that. I would have done it yesterday, but work got in the way. It's okay. That is about as close as I want these things. Like, comfortably want these things. I mean, yeah, the nozzles are gonna get... Yeah, you don't really want the nozzles that close to each other unless you have some kind of pretty hardcore film cooling with these things. But the cool thing about this is that, you know, we can... What this rocket will end up looking like is if we build the fairing correctly, the engines will actually stick out of the bottom of the fairing and it'll look like, you know, we have an engine section, which is pretty cool. Now, let's take a look here. Our TWR is 1.38. Saturn V engine skirts? I mean, we could do something like that, and that clipping into the fairing wouldn't look too bad. How much is that nose cone? That nose cone's 5 tons, so maybe not. Maybe we just increase the diameter of the vehicle a little bit. I wish we could go in with these a little bit more, but the nozzles are just too big. My spoon is too big. So, this says 5,400 delta V and 1.38 TWR. Now, let me take a look here. Let's just put a decoupler up here, right? Yep, of course that happens. Let's just take a decoupler so it doesn't fuel crossfeed, and let's see. What happens if we put, I don't know, 280 tons of whatever up here? Yeah, I was gonna say, that's a little strange. So that's a 280 ton second stage, right? Not bad. 1.2 off the pad. Now, let's say up here, right? On top of this, say we had a payload. What would our payload be? Well, I was aiming for 500 tons. That's 500 tons. $1.045. Yeah, Mike, sometimes the DV takes a second. You got to stage the thing right. So that's slightly over 500 tons. Just kind of trying to take into account payload mass. So 500 tons is a little bit high, but that is what I want. I want 500 tons, and I would like to do it with a 10-meter core, but whew. So what happens, just out of curiosity, if we start adding our upper stage engines here? Let's just say we want 4 of them. Just whatever. You know, we want 4. Maybe 5. Now what? Obviously take those out of that stage. There we go. Yeah, sometimes just reloading the file. 1.032. Interesting. Okay, how much delta V do you think our second stage has in this particular design? It's reading 2900 here, but what happens if I put this up here and put that in its own thing?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Gorgon. Yeah, Alexa could work. So it's saying we have a total of 2,900 here. Oh, my root part is not in the right spot. So let me hit 3 and go up here. Then it should read correctly. Yeah, that's why. Root part needs to be ahead of the stage for it to figure this out correctly. So 1100 delta V from our second stage is not very high. What if we did 4 engines? That doesn't really make that much of a difference at all. Okay. How much would the mass of the fairings covering the rocket affect the delta V? Delta V would go down, but we would make way less drag because everything's inside of a fairing, at least I think. I'm not sure what the exact mass would be. We could just always put an engine up here. I mean, because it's 20 tons and just shut it off. .02. That's really not good. Yeah, that's not exactly what we're looking for. We could always make it do 400 tons instead. Let me just do some calculations out. So 500 minus 288. 212 divided by... Or no. Screw that. I messed up. 400 minus 288. That's 400 right there. That's it. I just took 100 tons off of this thing and it increased my TWR by 0.04. Okay. It needs SRBs. I don't want SRBs. I don't want them with this design. I want to go all liquid on the way up. Because, remember, in patch 2, when patch 2 comes out, transferring between vehicles while in atmosphere is going to be a thing again. So 9 engines. Do the math. So what if we just went straight 280 tons? Let's go down to 300. What would we need here? That's 1.1 pretty much. What's the... Rhino makes a lot of thrust. What happens if we just had one up there? Just out of curiosity. 1700 delta V. But our TWR, our TWR in that second stage is going to take a dookie. Going to take a big dookie. Let's try that. How much mass can the center core put into orbit when used as an SSTO? 1.108. It definitely gives us enough delta V to yeet that whole tank into space, which is actually pretty cool. But, okay. Aglux, hold that thought for a second. Consider this, guys. So the whole reason in Kerbal 1, I just kind of thought of something. The whole reason in Kerbal 1 why I wanted something that can move 300-400 tons into space wasn't necessarily because I needed to move 300-400 tons of something into space. I just wanted the 10-meter fairing. We wanted the 10-meter fairing. And if we needed to refuel something, we absolutely could. Could fill it up with liquid fuel and oxygen in there, right? Like 280 tons of fuel. Other than that, we would never even be coming close to putting that much mass inside of that thing, unless I was moving some gigantor freaking vehicle, right? Now, I'm going to be honest with you. Making transfer vehicles in Kerbal 2, literally using methane and liquid oxygen, literally makes no sense. It makes no sense. When we have hydrogen, why would you do that? The only time it would absolutely make sense is if you had a place to refuel, which we currently don't. You should focus on a super heavy launch vehicle that can accommodate the largest hydrogen tank. So, what about 18 RS-25s? I don't know. What about them? Dude, there's no... Oh, jeez. Even if I had a 10-meter wide fairing that was 40 meters tall, there's no way we'd be able to fill it up with enough hydrogen to ever equate out to like 300 tons. There's no way. We wouldn't even come close. $50 tons per tank for the XXL tanks. You could fit 4 for 200 tons. See what I mean? That is ridiculous overkill. Yeah. So maybe I need to
Discovery,
rethink
go
some
and throttle up.
expectations for this vehicle. 280 tons. Maybe we shouldn't rate it for 400, but since we're using hydrogen, maybe rate it for 200 to 300 instead. So 1 tank. So where does 1 tank? So 280 tons, actually that's 300 because we have the engine up there, right? What does this get us? 1.1 off the pad, which isn't the worst, but it isn't the best either. But that's okay. You really ideally want to shoot for 1.2, 1.3 on the pad. This thing is going to take a little bit of a grav loss. So let's see. How could we extract more delta V out of this second stage? So one of those engines is making 4250 in vacuum, and it weighs 15 tons. We could have 3 of these engines doing the same thing. You know, let's just mess with this for a second. And that gives us 1800 delta V. That makes 343 seconds specific impulse at 650, which means it's producing about 1950 kilonewtons of thrust at 343 seconds specific impulse. And the mass is a little bit over. It's 15,750 kilos. So, okay, that's not bad. Hey, Big Beat, 25-month resub. Thanks, buddy. Do you think the plan will be to have refueling stations at each of the planets? Befuddled, yes, absolutely. I'm pretty sure that's what they want. Hey, Zast, what's going on, man? So what would you think if Formula 1 racing got so fast and extreme on the G-forces that drivers need a flight G-suit with an O2 mask? We'd never get to that point, dude. We would never get to that point. I mean, the Formula 1 cars now, you need to be in tip-top shape or else they'll hurt you. I mean, we're almost pretty much there, but I think that would be cool as ass, but I think a lot of people would get killed and then the safety police would come. Yeah. It'd be cool, though. It'd be Captain Falcon F-Zero. That's what I wanted Formula 1 to be. But, dude, you gotta remember, Formula 1's pretty much like that right now. Like, if you look at a Formula 1 driver and then you look at a fighter pilot, they're working the same muscles. Like, next time you're walking around, look at a Formula 1 driver's neck. Seriously. Every one of them has a gigantic neck because they do neck muscles stretches all day, because if you don't have a strong neck, right, you're going to go to turn the car and your head's going to go that way. You got to be able to handle the G-forces of like looking around and stuff while the car is maneuvering around the track. So it's pretty physically demanding right now. I'd contend to say that that Formula 1 drivers are in just as good a shape as like a pro football player, or a pro football player if you're from other parts of the world, or a rugby player or baseball player, whatever. Pick your sport. Yeah, right, Hellfish? Yeah, when they pull on it and you're like, ow, you can literally hear your neck go. Yeah. Yeah, and lateral G's don't really affect blood flow. Yeah, that's right, Miwad. Yeah, the Zast in a car, you're just getting thrown back and forth like this. There's no up and down G, so you wouldn't really need that. But yeah, I mean, the Formula 1 cars do kick the crap out of the drivers nowadays. That definitely is a thing. Anyway, yeah, good question, man. Yeah, that's crazy. Let's see. So that one gives us 1,800. What about... one of these engines will produce almost the same amount as 3 of those things, and that's only 8 tons. What about 2 of these in the stage? What would that get us? Move that up there. 1,700, almost the same, right? But 2 of those engines would give us double, basically, what that engine gives us. And I can't believe they nerfed the Rhino. 325 second specific impulse. That's not the best, but it's not the worst either. I don't, that gives us 1,700. So that's 5,000 meters a second. This would absolutely get us there. Are we seeing any big difference with like You know, we had 5 on this before. What does 5 do? Just out of curiosity, when we're carrying a 300-ton payload. It's 1.1. It's still 1.1. It didn't go down very much. What are the little balls on the Rhino? The Rhino is supposed to look like a J2, and those would be helium. They would be helium for tank ullage and whatnot. That's where they mounted them. So, like, if we go in here and look at, like, an S4B, if you look at the J2, see, that's where the fuel is stored, in the balls. Also S4B. Fuel is stored in the... There you go. See? Yeah, it's supposed to look like the J2. That's what the Rhino's supposed to look like. Peep OG. Write that down, Rycross. Yeah, those are helium tanks. Mounting helium tanks here on the aft bulkhead of the rocket isn't anything new.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
We still do that on some rockets. Centaur, for instance. Yeah, Centaur that flies on Atlas, and then even the Centaur 5 that on Vulcan. See? So it has helium tanks down there, and it has the hydrazine for the attitude control system. Centaur has RCS on it, using monopropellant. Yeah, it uses a monopropellant. So Aerozine 50, actually. Yes, and you are seeing that right. You are seeing that right. Centaur tank wall is made out of stainless steel, and it's 1.07 mil, or 0.004 of an inch thick. It is nothing. You could poke a hole in it if it's unpressurized. Yep. They use pressure inside of the tank to make it strong. Similar to soda can. Soda cans are very strong when they're pressurized. But you could step on it and crush it when it's unpressurized. Literally, Centaur is a flying soda can, but made out of stainless steel. Because stainless steel deals better with the cryogenic temperatures than aluminum would. Yeah. Same reason why SpaceX is using it with Starship, except SpaceX is not using that tank wall thickness. Starship is 3 to 4 mil, if I'm remembering right. It's 4 times thicker than that because, you know, reuse, etc., etc. What is currently the most powerful rocket engine? Raptor? No, not even close. RD-171MV makes the most thrust. And then after that, it's probably the RD-180 Raptor, shuttle engine, stuff like that. If you count those engines that are flying, I suppose. I don't know if we'd count shuttle engine at that point, but... Yeah, Xenotech, that's right. Stainless gets stronger at cryogenic. Yep, 301. Yep. Hey, Jacob. Alright, so this is not too incredibly bad here. I'm a little bit worried that that number isn't exactly right. But let me just see the trip planner here, just out of curiosity. It's saying 3,400. This should make it. Do you think aerospike engines are the future of rocket engines, or do they not make much sense? Aerospike engines are application befuddled. They're really designed for SSTOs, and that's about it. They don't really make sense doing anything else but an SSTO. The thing about that is that SSTOs are complicated to design, so that's why a lot of people, SpaceX included, stick with a 2-stage design. Aerospikes really only make sense if you're trying to do it all in one shot, because it's a light enough engine to be able to work up here and down there. It's a light motor. It's able to work up here and down there and get similar efficiency because it's an inverted nozzle. So on a rocket engine, you get a nozzle like this. On an aerospike, it's like that. It's inverted. It's because I was inverted. So that gets you good specific impulse down here and up there. The really only good application for that is an SSTO, and no one's making that. I think there could be an argument of making a small sat SSTO right now, like Jebstar, like when we made Jebstar in Kerbal 1. I think there's an argument for that, but who knows? Have you seen Stoke's reusable second stage? Yeah, Stoke took a page out of SERV, Chrysler's book. Yes, that Chrysler, the car company. Yep. Their second stage is pod-shaped. Chrysler wanted to make an SSTO where the first stage was pod-shaped. Well, first stage. And it flew all the way up into space and then came back down and propulsively landed. Really cool. SERV. It was a proposal for the shuttle program. Yeah, Stoke took a page out of that book, making a stage that's shaped like a pod, so it's good for re-entry. That would have been really cool, actually. We could make that. Especially with the payload bays. We have the forward opening, like nose cone payload bays. We could absolutely make this. Actually, that's not a bad idea. How does it improve re-entry? Well, it's shaped like a pod, Theik. Yeah. Yeah. Very stable. This kind of gumdrop shape is very stable during for re-entry. Yeah. Are you going to pivot and make that? Do we have the real-life technologies to do SERV? Sure. Yeah, we could make SERV, John. Yeah, no problem. I mean, I don't think Apollo I could make the fairing big enough to work to house this correctly for SERV. Yeah, Zodic, I usually don't try to call people to help me solve problems, but yeah. Oh, jeez, why am I yawning, dude? Oh, I've been up for a while. Yeah, guys, little update on the truck, just on a side note. I've been up since like 8 working on the frame. See the frame? See the right frame rail on the truck? I got that all ground down, and then I cleaned it, degreased it, and painted it. I gotta get the thing done. I would have loved to have streamed it, but I'm just running out of time, so. I don't know what the max diameter is, AP1. Actually, I never tested it. Here, let me copy this, and we'll see. Yeah, of course, busted. Yeah, absolutely. $25 meters seems to be, like... Could we go any more? Nah, can't go any more than that. Yeah, you could make SCRV. Absolutely. Parts of this would get a little strange to make this right, but you could do it. Yeah, I don't see why not. The problem is that it has a retractable heat shield, and that could be an issue. We would just have the engines kind of fixed. What's the H2? The hydrogen ball? It looks to be about 10 meter. Yeah, it's a 10 meter ball. I don't mind the numbers that this thing is throwing around right now. Coffee. Blackness, if I had to guess, we're probably gonna get something more than a 10-meter core diameter, especially when we're talking about going interstellar. There's got to be something bigger than this. There has to be. Like, I mean, with the amount of Delta V required here to go to another star system, I mean, maybe we'll have like a near future rocket engine or something, you know? But yeah. I think we'll probably get more tank diameters. My kind of reasoning for that is, well, look at the engines that we have now. These engines are fine. These are all the, you know, legendary Kerbal engines, like the mainsail, right? And the shuttle motor. Like, you know, the Reliant and the Swivel. The Terrier engine, the Thud. These are all like legacy Kerbal motors. This is minimum. So we're definitely getting more engines. And if we're definitely getting more, there's no way they're going to leave the game with this many engines. This many methane engines in this. There's no way. And if they did, I'd be pretty surprised. Heck, Kerbal 1 has more methane engines than this. There's no way they're going to have less rocket motors. That doesn't really make sense. I can't wait for base building, dude. That's going to be my favorite patch by a long shot. We're going to spend a lot of time base building, dudes. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to spend a lot of time doing that. I really hope they add hydrolocks, too. Yeah. They have hydrogen as a commodity. You might as well have hydrogen and oxygen tanks and then make rocket engines for you. If the code for hydrogen as a resource is already there, it makes sense. Now, the next thing that I need to see is, let me separate this for a moment. What is our TWR here? 1.23. Oh. Oh. Yeah, that's actually really good. Yeah, that should be good enough for what I'm trying to do. Excellent. All right, so let's reload. Okay. I think we've fleshed out this enough. I kind of changed my stakeholder expectations a little bit to be more centered around hydrogen, less around methane. So 300 tons is a pretty good ballpark. I don't really need a 500-ton vehicle, but this thing theoretically could be, like, we could make it bigger, I suppose. But yeah, let's get to building this, shall we? Let's do it. So, how hard is it to land on Eve and get back to Kerbin? One of the hardest things you can do in the game, Drac. Is the long-term goal now to try and find Dev if it's in the game? I would like to, but yeah, make it bigger. This is fine. I think this is big enough, dude, for what we're trying to do here. Like, if you want a little bit of scale, there's the shuttle cockpit next to it, right? Like, this is going to be a pretty large launch vehicle. And the thing is, guys, is because Kerbin is a lot smaller, I need an extremely high TWR second stage. A high TWR second stage will allow me to circularize the second stage and then be able to switch back to the first stage when they introduce atmospheric vehicle switching into the game. So yeah, I'm kind of building this thing for patch 2 here. So yeah, let's do it. Let's go. So the first thing we'll do is... we gotta make a... I'll make the upper stage first. So we can make the upper stage based off of this. So let me copy this and just put that over there. And then reroute. Actually, it'd be better to start fresh. So let's make this over here. And then select this, give or take. Actually, you know what? When I say start fresh, we'll start really, really fresh because, yeah, the fairing glitch is going to change some things around for me. So let's move that over there like that. We can get rid of that. That is our engine combination and our fuel tank combination for the most part. So give me one of these guys. Place it here like this. Check. No. Get out of that. Set it as root. There we go. All right, cool. Let's go in here like this. and we will do exactly what we did a second ago. And we will make, let's make a fairing that's make a fairing that's 5 meter. So let's go to our top ortho view here. And the reason why I made it is because we moved these parts around and we rerouted a bunch of things, so I don't want to use that. That was just a mock-up, right? I find that in KSP2, the more you copy stuff, the more stuff breaks. So make it new every time if you know, while you can. There we go. Now that one is lined up. Just move that over here. That one is lined up to make more fairings. So that's our... This is going to be the start of our second stage. So let's go ahead and not copy the fairings and just kind of go down with this like that as much as we can. Cool. Second stage doesn't need to be that big, which is good. All right. Yeah, the B7 footage, that was really cool, Vulcan. You see them deep throttle it? Why would you need to switch back to the first stage anyway? Alexar, so I can land it. Come back down and land, dude. Yeah. 9 engines, man. Gotta land it. Yeah, maybe Aqualux, who knows? So one of those tanks right there is 4 of these. So our second stage is actually going to be a little bit on the shorter side. Huh. Huh. That's it? If you click on it, Drac, yeah, then you can switch. Hard to do that when the rocket's just going away from the upper stage so quickly, you know? Interesting. Huh. See, this is going to look strange. Our second stage is going to look very weird because it's going to be very short. Huh. Interesting. Let's go back over here. You're a launch vehicle. No, you. It's 2600 Delta V. Okay. Alright, well, that's interesting. Oh, that's broken. Yeah, that second stage is going to look strange. We actually might need more engines in the first stage. Can you believe that? Or we could cut down on the first stage. Methane rockets make, yeah, they make really weird shapes. It's a really weird looking shape. In terms of like proportion of fuel tanks first stage to second stage. So this is Proton. We're making Proton, huh? We're making Proton, so this is Proton. Wait, what? Who said anything about Proton? What are you talking about? Pickle also looked weird, but it worked. Fair assessment. No, this isn't Proton. This isn't amateur you're on. This is You're a Moron. It's it's Spanish. Rude. You're a moron. You're a moron. That's the name of it. You're a moron. It's no, not you're a moron. It's you're a moron. You're. It was funny. You laughed. Don't lie. It was funny. You're really a spaceball. You know that. Thanks, sir. And it's the other side is coded in moron. I mean boron. Yeah, but stubborn bucket. We can't call it you're a moron. It has to be like you're a moron. All right. You're a moron. Like you have to say it differently, so it's not like how they say how they call Uranus. Uranus. You're a moron. You're a moron. Metrocity. The new 2023, you're a moron. Catamaran? No, you're a Moran. What about Dogamaran? No piss on the Euromoron. No, don't do that. That's bad. I mean, we won't have that. All right, well, my second stage is not going to look right. It's going to be actually super short. Which, I mean, I don't know what we're going to do about that. This thing's going to end up looking like, it's going to end up looking like Transstage. Transstage is this little stubby boy. And the reason why the fuel tank is so stubby, it's because it's hypergolic. And the motor on the Transstage is what the Rhino is inspired from. Or not the Rhino, the Poodle. Yep. That's supposed to be a Transstage. It's supposed to be the Transstage engine. Fun fact. What's that cone thing there? I forget, man, to be honest. Yeah, it's probably with storing hypergolic fuel, if I had to guess. Here, let's go transstage diagram. Let's see what that brings up. Tankology, maybe? Could be a helium tank. Don't know. So transstage was scrapped in favor of Centaur. You could use either. The Titan rocket, Titan 3 was... Dude, you could do anything with this thing. Titan... Here, I'll show you. Let's go back over here. Like... So there's Titan 1, and then Titan 2, and then Titan 2 GLV, which is Gemini. And then after the Gemini program, you know, on top of using Titan as an ICBM, Titan had way better applications as a launch vehicle. So what they did was they took all the ICBMs and started reconfiguring them, right? Because the US ordered a ton of ICBM Titan missiles, right? So there's 3B, you can put an Agena upper stage on it. There's 3C, which has the trans stage on it. There's Titan 3C with a transstage in the Gemini manned orbiting laboratory. The transstage, the orbiting laboratory, and the Gemini capsule basically ended up becoming, they could launch this and it could be a space station. And then there's 3B Centaur, which uses a payload fairing with a forward load reactor, kind of like Atlas V. That's where they got the idea. Cool thing about Titan 3B Centaur is that they air started the core stage. Actually, with all of these, with the big SRBs on the side, they air started the core. Yeah, that LR-87 would fire in the air. Yep. Didn't need the TWR at liftoff. Hey, Adam. You get your shuttle flying, dude? EJ, do you think if the Nova rocket wasn't so expensive that NASA would have gotten to the moon quicker than the end of the decade? No, Sim, you're not thinking about that right. No. The Nova rocket was scrapped when they figured out they didn't need it. It's not because it was too expensive. Saturn V seemed to carry such a really, really big price tag. Saturn V carried a huge price tag, and we got sticker shock from it when we compounded the numbers in the early 70s. Because they were basically like, here's a blank check, get to the moon, right? And so they did. And then when bookworms compounded those numbers later, we realized that the Apollo program was gigantic. And it cost a lot of money. And they said, no, this costs too much money. No, we need something simpler. You make the space shuttle instead, right? So here's the thing. Saturn V's heavy price tag came from developing the Saturn V sim. So how NASA figured the numbers for the Apollo program was including, they do what they do. They did the same thing that they do now. They rope in the cost of development into your per unit cost. NASA's total cost involved. That's what it's called. It's called TCI in economics. So basically, what does it take to go from nothing all the way to putting people on the moon? How much does that cost? From we choose to go to the moon to it's one small step for man. What is the amount of money spent in there? This is how NASA compounds their budget for rockets to this day. You're getting total cost involved, which is why SLS, for instance, seemingly carries a very heavy price tag. The idea is that it's not that SLS is inherently expensive. It's everything else that comes with it. That's expensive. And they looked at that after the Saturn V program, and they said the same thing, which is funny because, a lot of people say SLS is too expensive now. Yeah, that argument is the same argument that they made to cancel the Apollo program. It's funny when I see people that are space fans making that argument, which that's really funny to me, actually. But the humor's lost on some, right? So they saw that huge price tag sim and they canceled it. The reality of that situation is that if they just kept on making Saturn V's and Saturn 1B's, it probably would have ended up being cheaper than the space shuttle. Yeah, Probably ended up would have been cheap. Would have been way cheaper than the shuttle. Why? Well, at the end of the day, a Saturn 1B and a Saturn V can literally do what the space shuttle does. Yeah. Pretty much everything except down mass capability. I'm sure, Sim, you were here when I compared like a Falcon 9 to the shuttle in terms of cost and how cost scales with capability. Right? Your rocket, you want your rocket to do more, it's going to cost more money. It's that simple. Does a RV cost more than a smart car? Sure, absolutely. The RV does way more than the smart car. Now, what's the difference here? So why would you spend money on an RV if a smart car can do everything that an RV can? You got to use it. If you use it, then the cost offsets over time because you have an RV and you can move your house around, right? Instead of living out of a smart car, which is pretty much impossible, right? Like, I don't know how you're going to do that. So the thing is that we paid the heavy price for Saturn V to be developed, but once it's developed, manufacturing more of these boosters is not going to be that big of a deal. That's not the complicated part. The complicated and the expensive part is because of total cost involved. We already spent the money on Saturn V. We just should have kept flying it, right? We paid the heavy price tag for the capability to send somebody to the surface of the moon, to pay for that super heavy launch vehicle. Should have just kept doing it. Probably would have been less expensive than the shuttle, to be honest with you. Should have just kept going with Saturn V and kept making iterative upgrades to Saturn 1B to bring the costs down. And then, yeah, I guarantee you, Saturn V costs would have been way lower than the space shuttle. Saturn V, yeah, because if you keep making it, once again, your total cost involved. If you keep making the stupid thing, your per unit price will go down if you make more of them, right? It's literally buying in bulk. Buy in bulk. Always works. Walmart does that, right? Like, saying. Costco, same idea. If you want to apply that to, like, modern retail economics, right? How much did an Apollo stack cost? $1 billion in 1969 money? Hellfish, it was expensive. But think about all the test stands that they built. So A1, A2, B1, B2 test stands at Stennis, building the entirety of Stennis, building out the entirety of Marshall, the 4670 test stand, right? All the canals that needed to be dug to move 10-meter core stages around. Michoud, building the entirety of Michoud, a rocket manufacturing facility to manufacture 10-meter stages, right? Think about 39A, 39B, the VAB, the Launch Complex, LCC, all of Kennedy Space Center. Think about Douglas's S4B manufacturing and S2 manufacturing plant in Seal Beach, out in Long Beach, and all the infrastructure that was needed to build a deep water port in Long Beach to be able to move this stuff around. That's why the Saturn V ended up being so expensive. Because, once again, you rope the entire cost. What does it cost to go from, we choose to go to the moon, all the way to one small step for man? That's why it carried a heavy price tag. They got sticker shock. What would 75 cost today if it was still in development? I don't know. Yes. Yeah, there you go, Astrobrains. You got it. Creeper, there was all kinds of applications that they were exploring for a reusable Saturn V to bring the costs down. Yeah, if they just kept going with the Apollo applications program, we probably could have gotten it down cheaper. Development is always the most expensive part, by a long shot, guys. By a long shot. Does that cover it? I don't know. Let me see. I think I covered it pretty sufficiently. I don't... Developers, 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 developers! That's right. Yeah, slow DJ, exactly. And if they had gone through with Nerva development, Saturn V would have been great bang for your buck for the launch vehicle, especially with nuclear powered third stage. Would have been great. Not really. Can you repeat that? Yeah, I'll repeat it. I'll give you the 1 second version, Ryder. Ready? Let me rewind. All right, here you go. Here's the 1 second version. Ah! Did you get all that? Did you get it that time? I got it that time? All right, cool, cool, cool. Good to know. They already protested every launch with an RTG on board. Yeah, they like doing that. But if any of the people that are protesting the RTGs on board spacecraft can tell me scientifically what an RTG does, then I'll be impressed. Sorry, dudes. It's just kind of how it do be. It do be like that. All right, well, let's go through with it. Let's see what this rocket kind of churns up here. So, Beep OG. Yep. All right, so let me get rid of this, get rid of that, and let's go here. Ready? There we go. All right, well, there's our second stage. Doesn't exactly look right. And that's where our inner stage is going to, or the forward skirt on this is going to be. Right there, like that. Let me just make it a different color so we know. We can kind of see it a little bit better. Yeah. Yeah, not really exactly what I'm looking for here. How do you move sideways in blueprint view? Middle mouse button, dude. Okay, so how I developed the architecture for our Saturn V, or the kind of the way I put this together was with an engine plate right here. So set part to that. Adam, sorry, I missed your response if I said, did you get the shuttle running? Did you get it working, dude? Let me scroll up. It's getting there. I was able to do 2 S turns, so I guess the aerodynamics are okay-ish. It's still spun in the thicker atmosphere. Okay, Adam. When that happens, you're going down too far too fast. You can get an overpressure event. You're over. Basically, that's Kerbal's way, because like Kerbal parts are super strong, right? But what happens if you're in like a 767 and you're at 30,000 feet and you just stick forward and nose down? What happens? Overspeed. Whoop whoop. Overspeed. Whoop whoop. You know, like, so what happens when you overspeed? The dynamic pressure builds up and the wings can't take the shear load. Bye-bye, right? That doesn't happen in KSP. That doesn't happen. The part of the connections are too strong. They're too strong. So what's happening is that's the game telling you that you're going too fast. You're overspeeding. So take a shallower re-entry trajectory. As shallow as you can possibly get, dude. Remember, it's a shuttle. You can always steer it to the landing site. That's the whole point. So stay up there as long as you possibly can. The shallowest trajectory you can possibly get. I set my AP for my shuttle for re-entry to 30. I don't even bother deorbiting. Like, I don't put it on a suborbital trajectory, right? I set my PE when I do my deorbit burn to 30, and I take a super shallow descent trajectory. That way I do most of my deceleration up there, and then basically right when I get over KSC, the shuttle just stalls and falls out of the sky. That keeps your dynamic pressure on the vehicle way lower, right? So don't try to just dip into the atmosphere because you'll spin out. You're basically overspeeding. That's the game's way of telling you that. Just some food for thought, right? Like, all right, so let's work on our engine mount now. How are we going to do this? Let me think. I'm thinking. What would be, you know, I ran into some of these problems here. So I want an aft skirt, guys. I need another, like, cylindric section coming off the back of this. Rockets in real life have these things called forward and aft skirts. The forward and aft skirts here, let's look at a Saturn V, for instance. The forward and aft skirts are basically the structural carriers that carry the load between the fuel tanks, right? So if we go and look at this picture of an S1C off Heroic Relics, right? So see this, the forward skirt? It's basically a cylindric adapter that adapts the load that's being transmitted from the outside walls of the oxidizer tank, right? To the inner stage that would be up here, and then to the second stage, right? You don't have to make forward skirts on your rockets in Kerbal. You don't have to do that. But I like to do it with fairings because it gets the, you know, like, I like encasing all the tanks in fairings, right? And this gives you kind of more things to strut to, and it's pretty realistic. There's not really that much of an upside to doing it in KSP, but another cool thing to look at is that if you look at the tanks, if we were making like a regular 5-meter rocket here, the forward skirt's already incorporated into the design, which is, you know, just something cool. See, the forward skirt's already there because the tank would stop like right here and then it would go up, but yeah, just something to take into account. 200-kilometer orbit. I point retrograde at the opposite side of KSC. Set my PE to 30-32. It still feels shallow. Oh, 200? Dude, I deorbited my shuttle from 100. No, get down to 100 by 100 and then try a similar thing. 200? Oh, dude, you're coming in way too fast. Yeah. There's your problem. Pretty sure coming in way too quickly. Open up the debug menu, dude, and watch your dynamic pressure. It'll shoot through the roof, dude. You're overspeeding. I'm pretty freaking sure. So yeah, I want to do the forward and the aft skirts for the tanks. And then if there's a cylindric skirt that connects oxidizer and fuel tank together. It's called an inner tank. And then if it's a first stage, you don't have an aft skirt because there's nothing to adapt to. You have a thrust structure. Falcon 9 is kind of built like this, except Falcon 9 doesn't have an inner tank. The top of the fuel tank is the bottom of the LOX tank on a Falcon 9. That's called a CBH, or a common bulkhead. This doesn't have a common bulkhead. Now, why did the Saturn 1, the S1C, not have a common bulkhead? Strength. Yeah, strength is the answer there. You needed this down here for the strength because you have 7.5 million pounds of thrust pushing this way. It needs to be strong, so they over-engineered it. Stage 2 of Saturn V had a common bulkhead. So did Stage 3. Correct. But though the compression load that's on the second stage and the third stage is nowhere near what you're seeing on the first stage. I.e., the second stage doesn't push with 7.5 million pounds of force. No way. Not even close. First stage of the Saturn V has 35 meganewtons of thrust. The second stage has 5. The third stage has 1. Something to consider. There you go, Deke. Perseverance is the key. That's the name of the game with any Kerbal. Absolutely. Here, let's take this. I got an idea. So I'm going to take this and we're going to set it to halfway like that. So now what I want is for the tankage, a good idea would be to do something like this. Take that fairing, copy it, right? And then we can literally make our fuel tanks. No. Fuel tank is kill. No. We could do something like this. We could put a internal structure in here, which is not the worst thing to do, to be honest with you. And then we can make a forward skirt for this tank. Huh? The villagers sound. Huh? Huh? Oh wow, that forward skirt's gonna need to be a lot bigger. Gary, you're getting a lot faster. Huh. Well, that just looks silly. So, let's think about this for a second. How many parts is this thing front to back? So from the top, we have your forward skirt, tank, girder, tank, interstage. That's 5 degrees from top to bottom. So like where the forward payload fairing would be for our actual PLF, right? You're dealing with 5 parts. Is there a way that we can make that less? Let's think. Is there a way that we can make that less? Because the reason why, guys, is a rule that I like to talk about. I like to kind of drill it into everybody's head here. It's a really good rule for learning how to build super strong craft in KSP. If you notice, the joints in KSP are a little bit wobbly. That never deterred me. Stuff wobbles in real life. It happens. It doesn't bother me. So you tell me, fellas, what one of these would be more? Which one of these would be stronger? This one? Or that one? It's the same thing, right? No. This is 4 joints. 1, 2, 3, 4. This would be a wobbly mess. That one is way stronger because it's only 2. Think about this when you go to build your stages. How many connection points do you have between whatever's in front of this stage and whatever's behind it? So in this connection right here, I have the tank fairings. So I have the forward darker interstage, the tank, the girder segment, the tank, and then the aft skirt stage as well. So which one is strong? Like, which one is stronger? Which one is this? Which one of these is this like? Well, it's like this one right here. Because believe it or not, we have 5 degrees of separation between the top and the bottom. It's gonna wobble. We need to reduce it. Let's see if we can reduce it down. Now, this design isn't too bad, but what other ways could we mess with this to make it a lot stronger? Well, the first thing we could do is work on our bulkhead design too, so our interstage isn't as long. That's one thing we could mess with now. Which probably wouldn't be the worst, so let's work on our sphere. See if we can get this right. If we go with a flatter pancake bulkhead like this, I mean, in real life, you'd have to do the math how that's going to screw with the pressure on the tank. Yeah, you'd have to mess with that a little bit. Not mess with it. I mean, yeah, do some math. That's kind of important. Alright, so let's check that bulkhead. What does that bulkhead get us? How do you click to get that fine adjustment? Just turn off angle snap. Let's see. If we have a more compacted or impacted bulkhead like this, what are we talking about here? Yeah. See? We don't need as big of an interstage this way. Interstage only needs to be that big. Perfect. That's not bad. But that still doesn't eliminate our degrees of separation here. It's not really what I clicked, game, but that's fine. Yeah, see, we really can't go further away than that. The payload struts? Yeah, maybe. See, once again, this upper stage does not need to be any thicker than doing something like this, right? That's what we need. So these being like this actually would work. I just really kind of have to find the halfway point here. Could you somehow attach both the couplers to the bottom fairing? What I'm more interested in is seeing if fairings can be radially attached. No, they cannot. They have to be on a node. Okay, so let's think about that for a second. How are we going to do that? Okay, so these guys don't, in Kerbal's design, they're not structural. Those are there to look nice, right? And to hold the tanks inside of a fairing so they're more aerodynamic. Wouldn't the small payload struts help you hold them together? These things? Payload bays. Fairings don't have interstage nodes. Aqualux, no. That will do it. That changes it to 3 degrees of separation and gives us the nodes. Doom, I think we should do that. That's a good idea. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. Sure. Good job, man. Now you're thinking with portals. That's a good idea. Yeah, we can use that. And these things are super lightweight since the update, so that's going to be super useful, actually. And that gets us 3 degrees of separation top to bottom. Very nice. Yeah. Yeah, this is good. I don't see an issue here. Yeah, Doom. That's a good way to do that, dude. And then the cool part is that our stage, our second stage, or the first stage is just going to be this, but longer. That's it. Easy peasy. So now what we can do is we go in here like this. Take the tanks. You just got to move some of these into the right position here. I don't want that overlap on those fairings. Cool. Nice tube. Oh, thank you, sir. Heh. Tube. So now, if we hold this whole thing together with some struts, this thing is going to be very strong. Very nice. That's pretty good, man. And then we can radial the engines in there. Make a thrust structure. Yep. If we put an engine section out back, yeah, that would be really strong. I'm saving that. That's really good. Do you trust me? I don't know. Do you trust me? So what we got to do up at the top now is this. Attach that to the front and then move up like that. This is our payload fairing, our actual payload fairing, right? And then I'm just going to reroute that to there. And that means from the payload fairing, basically to the back, it's 3 degrees of separation from front to back. That's really, really good. That's really what we want. If I'd done it the other way, it would have been 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6 at the bottom. That's no good. Well, Pacey, hopefully mine lasts a little bit longer. And then we need a stack or just a decoupler up here. And now we got to work on the struts to put this whole thing together. But also, here's what we can do in the meantime. Hello, 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 hello. It's a bullet with it only with the second stage right now, yeah. Looks good though. That looks really nice. We still need to strut it all together, but yeah, that's really cool. So now let's go down through. And just figure out what we need to strut. So, we have forward skirt to the truss segment to the aft skirt. The fuel tanks are hanging on that truss segment. So, just move those out for a second here. And then let's set some of these fairings to transparent view so we can see what's going on in here. Okay, so let's take the first set of struts, right? And we will go 3 times symmetry from there to there. Oh, we actually can't use tri-symmetry because the fairing's upside down and the struts don't understand that the fairing is upside down. So that it reverses them. We know that. That's documented phenomenon. So what we can do in its place is quadruple strut mirror on the 45s. So like that. The game, for whatever reason, understands mirror sim with upside down parts, which is cool. That's a good thing. Because if I tried to do this in 4 times symmetry, right? Watch what's going to happen. See? It'll X those struts. That's not what we want. But if we go back down to mirror, perfect. Okay. So now what we want to do is do the same thing down the bottom and clamp this. We want to clamp it. Clamp the parts. Leapfrog different things because my lower fuel tank fairing is attached to the truss segment, right? If I go from the aft skirt to the truss segment, or if I go from the lower fuel tank to the aft skirt, that's clamping the aft skirt and it'll keep it in place. I'm leapfrogging parts with struts, which is basically grandparent strutting. It's doing the same logic as a grandparent strut would in KSP1. Leapfrog your struts. That's important. And then once again, we'll do mirror because we're strutting to an upside down part. Okay. So now, with the fuel tanks, right? The fuel tanks here are connected to the truss segment, which is connected to the skirt. So if we take the fuel tanks and we get a strut that's in 4 times symmetry, and we strut from the top of the tanks to the inner stage there, you're clamping the truss segment forward. That's what we want. And then we're going to do the same thing down the bottom here. Now, we might have to be careful with this one because, yeah, we're strutting to an upside down fairing. So for this one, it's got to be a little bit different. Let's think about this. So, easy way to do this would be mirror sim. And that gets 2 of the tanks. And I can't do mirror sim on that other axis, so we're gonna have to... We might have to do this one in singular symmetry just to get this right, which is not a problem. That's okay. Just make sure my struts are actually more or less symmetrical now, because they're not in sim, because we can't. The game doesn't like strutting to upside down parts for whatever reason. A lot of folks ask why I take the time to place each strut. Well, sometimes Kerbal likes running struts for you in ways that you don't know. So if you take the time to place every strut, if I see a strut that looks like, you know, that's nice and uniform, I know that I placed it. It's just something that I carried over from KSP2 or KSP1. If you take the time to make the struts look right, you'll know, you know, if something is wrong with it. Like, if you go back and look at the design and the struts are doing this, obviously you didn't place that. The game did something. Mad, that won't work. Unfortunately, that doesn't do it either. It's picking up the transform because I rotated that fairing 180 degrees, basically because it's facing down. See what I'm talking about? It doesn't work. Yeah. It is what it is, dude. Save check. Thank you. How about strutting from decoupler to decoupler, just skipping as much of it as possible? Well, you could clamp the whole thing like that, Aqualux, sure. Yeah, but I am kind of hesitant about clamping the entire design like that, because if I was seeing that correctly, I'm pretty sure that's what broke our capsule. You remember the capsule had problems with the collider in the front. And when we separated the service module, I'm kind of like worried that the struts may have had something to do with it, because there was something on the service module. We thought it may have been the decoupler. But that doesn't make any sense. You know, so I'm kind of like skeptical of clamping an entire design, especially when fairings are in the hierarchy, but I don't know. That might cause a problem. It might be fine. It might be nothing. Who knows? Microprocessors. I don't know what they are. You don't know what they are. Who gives a frick? Cash! Now, what I will do here is run another set of struts. The next set of struts is going to go from here in 4x sim down to this payload tank. Now, there's a reason. There's a reason why I put the struts in mirror sim the way that I did. We can clamp like that. Those struts go through and they clamp down to here. They basically go through the fuel tank. Putting struts through fuel tanks is nothing that real rockets don't do. Now, on the top here, we might have a little bit of an issue doing something like that. Because the top fuel bulkhead is upside down, so we have to kind of do the same thing. I don't think 4X is... I don't think the game is going to understand 4 times sim. Who are you? I'm the guy who does his job. You must be the other guy. Yep, it's not going to do it. So these two on the outside need to be in mirror because upside down part. And then we need to do a single strut. Everybody understands why I'm clamping this stuff, right? You clamp stuff together because stuff is super noodly in KSP2. And nobody likes a wet noodle rocket, okay? I know people are going to look at that and be like, yep, okay. He took the add more struts thing and just kind of took that to the next level. Well, yeah, of course. When you're making a 10-meter wide rocket, it's going to be a noodly mess if you're not careful. You're a noodly rocket. Ow. Ow. Save check. Okay, let's save and reload. Now what we need to do with the second stage to the payload fairing, because there's nothing clamping that payload fairing, we need to... How are you centering the camera? Middle mouse click on certain parts will center it. It changes the focus point of the camera. Alright, so now what we need to do is run an additional set of struts in 4 times symmetry here through to the actual payload fairing. Nope. There we go. We know we're strutting to the payload fairing because the struts are not coming in inverted. There we go. And now we've clamped. Well, actually, we really didn't clamp anything there. I just reinforced the connection. There was nothing really clamped here. We could run a set of struts from the top fuel tank to there, or we could go from the truss segment. But that actually should be okay. If we ever have problems with the fairing blowing up, that's the reason why we don't have it clamped successfully enough. Gotta give him the clamps, chat. That's really important. I tried to change my orthographic view and it thought I was taking it and moving it over here, which is the delete part. So I got that going for me, which is nice. So let me take this and let's just redo what we just did. You know, because I love doing more work. Because you know I love that. Actually, you know what? Now, before I move this all back up into position, it probably would be prudent to run an additional set of struts from the fuel tanks to the main payload fairing. That's actually clamping something. That'll clamp the truss segment and my forward skirt. And that gives us some triangulation there, which actually makes this, yeah, it'll make it pretty damn strong. And now, if we go down here, what I can do, just so we don't get struts confused, get rid of that, right? And then, oh yeah, that's the only spot I had left. So yeah, we're gonna have to run 2 struts kind of on the same column, which is fine. I tell you what I'd do, man. Run 2 struts at the same time, man. Yeah, damn straight. I always wanted to do that. Yeah, I figure I'd hook that up. Okay. That is an extremely strong first stage, or second stage. So let's save that, save that. Actually reload, hold on. I have that, I can't move the thing around because what I'm doing is, if you notice, the left side of the fairing is lined up with the grid on the ortho views. That's why I keep clicking on it and moving around and go, no, that's not what I want. Because when I go to make the second, or when I go to make the first stage, it's going to have to be strong like that. So, you know what we'll do? We'll put this out on the launch pad. Actually, we'll put it out on the runway. Recover. Recover. We'll put it out on the runway, and we'll just see how strong this thing actually is. What I also need to do is make sure that we have the right ejection force there for the fairing. There we go. Give me 1 second, dude. Okay, cool. Sorry about that. All right. I love refrigerators. Okay, so what we'll do for this test is I'll put 280 tons of fun up here. And because that thing is super freaking heavy, what we will do is strut a bunch to the decoupler and then do another set of struts in 6 times symmetry. Oh, that was 8. Hold on. I hate that when it won't delete the struts. There. There's no extra struts just lying around like diesels causing trouble. Alright, so 6 times from there to there. And then let's do 6 times inside here, from here to the payload, to clamp that payload fairing. Or clamp the decoupler. There we go. Cool. Put the payload down there. These fairings can go up there. We don't need that. Alright, cool. Hit the save button. Triton. Block 1. Save. Will this vehicle launch into space? Yeah, Alteraboo. This is a 300-ton heavy lift vehicle that I'm working on right now. That's the second stage. The first stage is going to look like that. It's going to have 9 of these mammoth engines in it. Second stage is going to have 5 rhinos. It's going to be a pretty hectic stage when it's done. I'm working on manufacturing it out right now. So let's put it out on the runway. It doesn't have a command module. That's fine. Hey Honda, what's going on? I've been having some problems when trying to make planes with 2 or more wing sections attached where I cannot get the tip to match with the root of the next wing. Any suggestions for how I can effectively make them match up? Turn off angle snap and then try to attach. I didn't see what happened here. super strong, though. So you said you were doing 500 ton. Yeah, I changed my mind because... Oh, dear. I changed my mind because 500 tons is what would have been good for Kerbal 1, dude. We're most likely going to be moving, if we're going to be moving fuel tanks up there, it's going to be most likely hydrogen. So, changed my design requirements just a little bit. I aim for 300 tons. That, and I can't overclock and underclock engines, John. So it's, I have to kind of go with what we have, unfortunately. Oh, not unfortunately, but yeah. So, note how I just attached the probe core on a radially attached piece. Because probe cores are they're not structural, really. You can think of one probe core that's structural, but and that's basically the Saturn V. Everything else kind of rides not in line with the load here. So, let's put this out and see what happens. Yeah. Okay. Payload fairing shattered it. It is strong, though. We'll put it on launch clamps, dudes. We'll put her on launch clamps. It'll make it a little bit stronger that way. Yeah, it's wiggly. It doesn't like that fairing colliding with the ground, I think, I think. Fine. Your boy had to guess. So, what I'll do is I'll put 4 launch clamps here, and we'll just have it chillin' and see what happens. Alright, let's try payload fairing separation in 3, 2, you know what? Let me make it daytime for you guys so everybody can see. 3, 2, 1. Why is the game so laggy? Stop it. Stop! Boosters in ignited.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Good. Cool. Perfect. Those fairings are gigantic, man. Should the struts be doing that? Struts look fine to me, dude. The fairings are Boppo dolls? Oh my gosh, they are. They're just, ha 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 ha. I'm not going anywhere. Okay, so now let's get our engine section figured out. So we need... First thing that we need is on the main attachment point on my interstage fairing right here. That needs to be down as far as it can possibly go. Now we need to take our engines. Yeah, we have plenty of space. Good. Good. Now we could just clip these up in here. Like that. And then I can take the last motor. And we're going to take the last motor and we're going to attach it to... See, this is where I really wish we had the SPH camera. It literally won't let me select it. There it is. I see it. Over it. I was going to select it and attach it to the center engine, the center fairing mount, because I have an open attachment node there, but screw that. Yep, that would be a waste of time. We're just going to frick you up. Actually, node attaching the node attaching this in 4x symmetry actually will work. That's to the bottom of the fuel tanks. Don't mind that. That's actually pretty good. Now, what I wanted to do is attach this to the top of the fairing plate, right there. That's what I wanted. That's the bottom of the bottom half of the fuel tank here. And then flip that sucker around and boom. Boom. Now we have a nice 5-engine combo here of fun. But I have to make sure that we have our decoupler in that's not in position at all. We have to make sure that the decoupler is there as well. That needs to go down. Down here somewhere. And then... yeah, that's what I wanted to attach it to. That's what I was trying to attach it to. And then just flip that around. Boom, there we go. And now if we strut from the engines back to stuff, or strut from out to the engines, right? Because they should be clipping just a little ways. They're clipping a little ways into here, like that. Actually, we have some space. You must make the space. I want them right here. And I want that one just a little ways down like this so we can still see the struts that are attached to fairing. There we go. Hey, Big Body. 64-month resub. Thanks, dude. Yeah, there we go. Now I can see the struts that are going to fairing. And now what we should be able to do is use the motors to clamp to the back interstage fairing. Oh, no. doesn't like that. What would be a good... What could we clamp this to? Oh, the payload truss. The payload truss will do it. Yeah, we could clamp to the payload truss. That's a good idea. Thanks, chat. There we go. And now for my center engine, what do we do? We might have to just move the center engine up a tick. Like this. And then the center engine, we could go from the main line here. Down to the engine. Like that. 2 struts for the center motor. And just move that back into position. And there we go. Nice. Very nice. Impressive. Most impressive. I see your Schwartz is as big as my... Wait, no, that's something different. Let's see how well you handle it. Okay. Not controllable without a command module. I just put one on... Oh. Chat, why'd you delete my command module? How dare you? Huh. How dare you? There we go. Cool. Because it looked at you funny? Alright, well maybe this one won't. Monster kill. What upper stage is this and why so many engines? This is my own design, J-Speed, and why so many engines? TWR. High TWR stage, so we can... When patch 2 comes out, we'll be able to land that one. The more you know. Yeah, I know, Alizar. Yeah, that's you. You're probably right. All right, let's just do a structural test, see how this kind of fares here. Yeah, well. Very nice. Very, very nice. Look at this thing. Yeah! Yeah, it looks good, dude. Yeah, no, it looks really nice. Look at this freaking thing. Excuse me. One hop? Now hop. Actually, super stable. Really, this is good. Very nice. Ooh. Ooh, it didn't like that. I don't know. I'm not sure what happened there. We bonked the fairing. Cool. Okay. Hip Hop Anonymous? Sea Dragon when? They should build that into KSP2. The ability to do a real Sea Dragon launch. We have a dock, Edmund. It's just the buoyancy kind of sucks right now. None of the thrust transforms are touching the decoupler. That's why it's just sitting there. That's why it's not blowing up.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Looking around to see if anything is bending and flexing in here, guys. Like, the only bending and flexing we should see is the rocket moving up and down on the launch clamps. I don't want anything moving around up here. The fairing, not the fairings, kind of jostling around. Nothing. So, yeah, we've ran out. Not bad. How do you move the camera? Use the arrow keys, Yakvi, and then if you hit the home key, it resets. Can you clamp onto a fairing? Yeah, sure. You gotta clamp onto the shape though, Aqualex. Since re-entry heating isn't in the game, is engine on part not count either? Since re-entry heating isn't in the game, is engine on part not count either? Oh, on the decoupler. Oh, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not, yeah, maybe, probably. Yeah, that's probably it. But none of the thrust transforms were touching it either. But yeah, that, if I pitched the engines, it would probably blow it up. Yeah, that's, yeah, took me a second. Cool.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, damn it, 2-month resub. EJ, thanks for the great stream, man. You learned so much. My pleasure. My pleasure, dude. And Jeffrey with a 65er in there. Thank you. No, Papa, took me a second. Took me a second. Yeah, it's all good, man. Alright, so we can get rid of that. I think it's safe to say that that thing is quite strong. Considering the decoupler, those clamps were attached to the decoupler, which is pretty good. I saw a bird. It was pretty kick its ass. Right. All right, so dude, sometimes people say stuff that actually does make sense and my brain just doesn't. My brain just goes, that we're going to interpret that as Japanese. All right, cool. And I'm like, that thanks, brain. Tell Jackal I made sure to respond after. Oh, excuse me. Tell Jackal I made sure to respond after the ad break just so he wouldn't see it. Hi, and if you see this, hi Jackal, how are you? How's your day going? Is your day going well? That's good. Cool beans. Now what we can do... Second stage. Triton second stage is good. Actually, one more thing that I kind of want to see is burn time. I just came back to hear hi, Jackal. Yeah, I was saying hi to you. Yeah. That's what I was doing. I just want to, out of curiosity, I want to see the burn time on this stage. Apart from engine mounts, did they improve wobble? No. Not really. I got a new Ford acronym, Fond of Rocket Design. Makes sense to me. Okay, ready? Okay, ready? Let's see what our burn time is. And go. I missed. And go. Yeah, how's that for strong dudes? Pretty good. Actually, yeah, the time slow, there's a little bit of a time slowdown. Just a tiny bit. It's alright. If anybody wants to go back in the mod and see when I activated the motors, that'd be useful. But I had UT time on, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, that does look pretty baller, though. 3. I gotta redo this test. I gotta redo it. Guys, we gotta redo it because I have to see total burn time. I'm just a little bit worried that my second stage burn time is actually too low. I'm a little worried. That's too low. We could always throttle back the engines to increase the burn time, because I think we have an insane TWR here. But, yeah. When you just look at the rocket, it looks damn cool. I mean, damn it, like I said, plausible realism is how I build, dude. Yeah, we could always throttle back. We could throttle back the stages. Okay, cool. Save this sucker. Cool. Todd's cool. I like to triangulate my struts, Deke. The angle of the strut and how many you use absolutely matters, so I usually do it in 3 times when I can. If the game doesn't like 3 times, I'll use 4. If it's holding something really heavy like the payload, I'll use 6. The reason, now there's a specific reason. It's not necessarily because 6 struts is going to hold this thing in place. The reason is because if I do 6x struts from here to the decoupler, I can turn 90 degrees and run another 6 times strut from fairing, bypassing the decoupler, to payload. And running that clamps the decoupler between a pair of 6 struts and also 6 more struts holding the actual decoupler up. This right here is insanely strong. Very strong. And also, you'll get struts every 30 degrees. So that's 90, that's 30, that's 60, that's 90 again. So that's 0, 30, 60. If you do two sets of struts in 6 times symmetry, the struts end up being all nice and equally spaced. This is why I like using tri-symmetry and 6 times symmetry, because everything comes out nice and even. Y'all got any more of them struts? What about route placement? I like to place basically the furthest part forward, except with the exception of the decoupler. So the payload fairing is usually what I make the route part. All right, cool. Balls. No, part of me is like, maybe we should rotate the engines so none of the balls clip each other. You guys know that fuel is stored in the balls, right? Why so much space between the parts with the struts? Easier to see if the struts are placed. Yeah, that and these parts get spaced out just because of how I kind of assembled this tank, Fritz. Yeah, that bulkhead, this bulkhead right here, the dark one, would not be there in real life. But I can't make a fairing that's just a straight ring at 10 meters. There's no 10-meter ring part. So I have to make it a fairing. I mean, in reality, it would just be a cylinder around the aft part of the fuel tank, like this, or like that. But if you think about it, this is going to slide onto the front, and if this had a bulkhead on it, it'd be somewhere in the center of the fuel tank. That's the gaps that you're seeing here. I'm trying to build it like the real one. Try to build like the real thing. And if you know what you're doing, Kerbal really understands it. See, the other thing to note, guys, is that see all there's internal struts everywhere on these damn tanks. See all the internal ribbing in there? Those are called stringers. There's stringers everywhere. So I don't really mind clipping struts through fuel tanks. Real rockets absolutely do that. Oh yeah. That's done all the time, even on modern rockets. Oh yeah, they run all kinds of stuff through there. There's baffling in there to make sure that your propellants don't whirlpool inside of the tank. That's called prop slosh. That is a big deal. And these struts are internal structure too. Nowadays they use the milled ISO grid though, but close enough. We can't make a milled part in this game. Is this Nova or Saturn V? It's my own design. Hey, Arsenal. Got accepted to a summer internship with a member of the House Space and Science Committee. Nice. That's cool. Good job. That's going to be a pretty good internship. I mean, Arsenal, if you want to just, you know, whisper, like pass along some sweet nothings, you know, whisper some sweet nothings, like we want Nerva, stuff like that. That would be, that would be useful. Is it possible if I could have an audience with them at all? Like, hey guys, you like space? I like space. That's cool, man. That's awesome. Dude, you must be psyched. Anyway, alright, so we need to build the first stage now. First stage should be pretty straightforward stuff. Because the cool thing about this is, so let me save this just to make sure. Just to make sure we don't screw anything up. The cool thing about this is that if I take my forward skirt, take the forward skirt, right here, and copy it. Oh, we gotta be careful though. I can't paste that. If I paste it, it's gonna break. It'll undo all of my... That's why I saved. So, reload. Reload. Make sure all those struts are run. Please. Okay, that was a lot of work. Alright, cool. All the struts are there. So how about we go and we load up this crap file. Let's load up dud capsule and then hit paste. Invalid paste? Dude, paste you! Ugh. Merge it? Merge the file? Nah, I got an idea. What I can do, bring this subassembly in here, and then just take some of this crap apart. All I'm really after is the interstage part and the tankage part. Just get rid of the struts. I don't need them. We don't even need... Oh, yes, we do need that. Yeah, okay, we actually do need that. Cool. That's what I'm after. Oh, there is a pair of struts hiding in there. Where are you, little struts? I see you. Oh, there you are. Get rid of them. So I just built a PC with a 4070 Ti and an i9. Solitaire. Nice. I haven't tried stuff like that hired, so take this, copy it. That has no struts, right? Oh, hold on. Yeah, okay. Load up the Triton test. And then paste it. Let's see, did that wreck anything? Because I took all the struts off, so it wouldn't see that the struts are there because I took them off. Very nice. Excellent. Cool. So now we have these, so it keeps the same diameter. We can get rid of that. We don't need that. Keep that over here. That's our mock-up. Now we got to work on this. So, what do we do? Now, our first stage doesn't need a forward skirt. We're going with an inner stage design. The inner stage, like an inner tank, can act as the skirt. We don't need that here. So, let's take this, select part, take that. That's not what I clicked on, game, but that's okay. Cool. Just take this and give me my forward bulkhead tank. And let's copy that. Put that here. Now we can take our bulkhead tank off for a moment. Just put it right there. And we'll revisit that in a second. Cool. So now what we do, take this thing and make it a little bit taller. You know, sometimes you wish you were a little bit taller. What is the mission? I'm working on building a super heavy launch vehicle here. I want to see if the game understands it. Thank you, Norath. You're a gentleman and a scholar. I wish it was a little bit taller. Huh? No. Shh. I said nothing. Alright, so now we need to move the decoupler up as much as we possibly can. Actually, yeah, that needs to go up and this thing needs to go down. There we go. Very nice. Very nice. I like you. Okay, cool. Now, let me think. How are we gonna do this? Payload segment, right? Yeah, Mystic, my guy. There you go. There you go. All right, so I'm trying to think how we're going to throw this thing together. Let me just move these tanks out here like that. How many payload fairings do we have there? Ugh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th! Alright, thinking. We might have to make this in a slightly different way. I don't think there is, Matt Skyper. I think that's just the game. Oh, what the frick happened here? I don't... Okay. Yep. No need to apologize, dude. It's all good. Yeah, that's how we'll do this. All right, cool. So first of all, the game is screwing up duplicated fairings. I haven't seen that behavior before, so not sure what's going on there. But yeah, it's no problem. So what I'm gonna have to do is go down like this, right? And that forward fairing there, second fairing there, and then we're gonna need another one. So that I have that fairing goes to there, that fairing is there, that fairing is there, and then we need one more for the engine section. That should be enough. That should be close. This should do us right. So that fairing needs to be remade. And then we're going to have one there. We're going to have one there. Then we're going to have one there. Yeah, okay. Cool. You know what? The stupid fairing is going to be offset by copying this dumb thing, but it's okay. Sweet. Excellent. That's fine. Okay, so now give me a set of fuel tanks. Actually, we don't... Yeah, well, it'd probably be good to put these in now just for measurement. Okay. We're gonna need the tanks in here to measure, to basically measure how long this first stage is gonna be. That's where that needs to be. Oh, that's not too bad. Yeah, it ain't bad at all. Yeah, once again, Doom, good call on those payload bays, man. Hey, yes, what's going on? Cool. Excellent. Yeah, that's really, really not bad. Dude, we might not even need that. We might not even need that fairing there. It's possible that we don't need that one either. That's actually good. Yeah. We could always make it Saturn 1B style and kind of have the tanks sticking out, which would be, actually, that would be a vibe, man. That would definitely be a vibe. I'm trying to rebuild Neptune, something like Neptune. 300-ton payload capacity, give or take. 10-meter core, Neptune or Triton. Trying to make an X-33, but struggling to orbit. You're heavy in the first stage. Have you made one yet? An X-33 with a first stage, Fritz? I've never made anything like that. I'm not building any re-entry vehicles right now other than a pod because there's no re-entry in this game. I don't want to, right now, I don't want to sit there and take the time to engineer out a shuttle that flies correctly and should re-enter correctly and then have them tweak the heat physics and have it blow up during re-entry. I try as hard as humanly possible to never have a shuttle break up during re-entry. Yeah, that's kind of one of my unwritten rules. Yeah, there's a pretty good reason for that. I don't think I need to say why, so yeah, it's a pretty good reason. What do you think the answer to that question is, S? What's worse, launch or re-entry? I can very much see that a lot of you don't really get what I'm insinuating here. But yeah, that's good. Screw them astronauts. Yeah. No, that's not how we do things. Am I right? That's not how we do things. It's just a game. Yeah, I know, man. I know. Yeah, baby. You know what? I really don't mind the I don't mind the open tank aesthetic. I think that actually kind of looks cool. In fact, I might actually just do that. Weirdly enough, I think that's actually kind of neat. Yeah, Saturn 1B style, but Nova size, dude. That actually, I gotta redo that because that fairing's all glitched out, but yeah, we redo this a little bit. That's actually gonna look pretty rad, man. What happens if I paint the tanks, get rid of the transparency layer, and then paint the... Ooh. Hey. Ooh. Oh, sorry about that. Whammy. Wait. What if we... It's actually not bad. I don't mind that either. Orange highlights? No, no, I'm good. Dude, this thing's gonna look crazy when it's done. I'm actually kind of into it. That's pretty sweet. Nice. Hey. Very nice. Cool. $10-meter fairing, man. There is a challenge this week, Katra, but I just got done going to Duna. The challenge is go to Duna, which was the stretch goal for the last challenge. Yeah, see? We pretty much did all that already. I don't think people just want to see me do it again, so this week I'm kind of abstaining from the challenge. We'll do it again next week. I mean, we like literally walked, like I landed and I walked all the way to the the anomaly and then walked back. It's pretty much Watney edition. We pretty much did that already. You want to see me drive from pole to pole? No. No. Look at me. No. 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 Would driving on Duna be any better than Minmus? Yes. But no. Did you see the video of a guy who walked a Kerbal all the way around Kerbal? Dude, I'm patient, but I ain't that freaking patient. Jeez. Jeepers creepers. All right, cool. Well, let's Cool, that looks good. Yeah, it's Jepstone 3. It looks like Jepstone 3. Helvish, yeah. That's why I was like, maybe I should go with the uncovered tanks. The uncovered tanks do look pretty aesthetic, though. It's pretty good, man. I kind of like it. Yeah, that's... I don't mind it. I mean, the fairing would look cool too, but this does not look bad at all. Dude, guys, I have the craziest hankering to go play Cities all of a sudden. Like, I want to finish this, and we can finish this. We can finish this sucker tomorrow, but I want to keep working on the Netherlands city. Huh. Wow, that's cool. Yeah. Okay, that's good too. Oh, Cities is pulling me back in, but I also want to play Kerbal, damn it. What's going on? Get a ChatGPT clone and play. Do you want to try re-entry on my shuttle? Nah. Adam, I don't really fly other people's craft files on stream. It's kind of a rule. I mean, it's very rare that I do. I want to see Triton in space. Salties, can you give me till tomorrow? No, Motorkid, I didn't. We got to Ike and that was it. Alright, cool. We'll work more on Triton tomorrow. That's good. Yeah, dude, I really want to go mess with that damn city. So yeah, we will finish Triton tomorrow, and then, believe me, so one thing that I've been noticing with the challenges are usually something that requires a lot of Delta V, or requires you to move something ridiculous in size into space. So I'm building Triton, this Triton rocket out, while I'm abstaining from this challenge, so next week when another challenge comes along that's like, oh, fly here, I could just be like, alright, easy. Pfft, done. The other thing is that I'm a little bit tired right now. I've been up all day. I got up really, really early this morning because I did some work on the truck. But, yeah. I did a little shorter Kerbal today, but don't get me wrong. We're not going to play cities. We won't do all cities tomorrow, or all, like, I won't do half and half. I want to get Triton flying. So that's kind of my objective for tomorrow. Work on the truck. What did you get done? Well, look at the right-hand frame rail, Gene. Actually, you know what? Give me 1 second. I'm going to go look at it. Because I need to see how the paint cured. Yeah, I know, Aqualex. It'll happen. And if it does, we'll still do it. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah, it looks good, man. There's a little bit of stickiness on the leaf spring shackle. It's a 59. A 59 F100. Yeah, I'm just doing some work around the back end. I was going to do the bushings on the back suspension, and the back suspension was junk. So you saw the new suspension at the bottom of the screen, so. Let's switch to cities, and we'll have some fun with that. And my dashboard doesn't work.